Wait, what's
and start recording.
That's gonna go. Yeah, let's go. Hi.
Did Corny spell his title like that on purpose?
I can't hear Fiona, what's the...
Okay, can everybody see everything?
Yep.
Yeah, I can.
Yes.
Welcome to day.
Does it say?
That sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay. Awesome. Well, welcome to day 2 of TLX. Hopefully this time we'll run without issues, but we're already off to a great start. People can actually see things, so that's good. I'm gonna check if the stream is good. Please, YouTube chat, tell me if everything is good. But by the looks of it, it's all working. So yeah, we're just gonna run with it. So, just a quick recap. Again, some people haven't been here yesterday. If you pull both of your triggers, if you're in VR, or press L if you're on desktop, you'll get your personal screen. If you don't see things, like if it's hard to see code from over there, you can pull it up and put it in front of your face and read stuff easily. If you're in VR, you can use your index finger on either hand if you have an index finger. If you don't have an index finger, I'm really sorry, but it might be hard to use in that case. I'm just looking at Momo and feeling really bad because I completely forgot that not everybody has all the fingers, possibly. But yeah, you should be able to use your index finger to press a button, and then you have speaker volume, music volume, and screen brightness. Screen brightness is one thing that might be possibly useful for you because some talks can have a bright background and it's hard to see stuff. So you can just lower the brightness and it should be easier with the bloom. If you're on desktop, you can press F3 to open the same thing. So we'll have 15-minute breaks between talks, and we'll have one big 30-minute break. This time around, we have like 2 large blocks. We have an Udon block, which is first 3 talks, where, like as you can see on the deck here and over there, our next talk will be Phasedragon's Callous overview, and then we'll have an Udon networking and Udon AI talks by FSP and Centauri respectively. So this will be a very heavily Udon focused section, and but after the break we'll have a more art focused block. We'll have Shaggy Mummy talking about Blender nodes and baking it onto textures and all that kind of cool stuff. So procedural textures, if you ever wanted to learn about it in Blender, you can do that. And then after that, Corny will talk about color theory, and to close it off, Legends will talk about imperfect modeling, which is something you should definitely look into if you're building anything but like straight sci-fi hard surface. And even then, you should probably consider that kind of stuff. Yeah, and that's about it. So we have around 10 minutes still until the actual first Callous Row talk, so everybody can still gather, but I open up a bit early just so we can catch any issues in the instance early. That's about it. But yeah, in around 10 minutes, we're gonna start with our first actual talk of the day, and we'll see you then.
Is the shader motion stuff working in live?
Oh,
Check it out.
10 minutes before start. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know what it looks like on.
You're talking about.
I know. I kind of.
Chaos magic is like the most
I wonder if I can just like tighten this on the top of my head and then move it off.
Okay, we are going to be starting with the first talk of the day, which will be Phasedragon's deep dive into Callous, and it's all of its Udon stuff. So yeah, take it away.
All right, can everybody hear me?
No.
Yeah. All the way in the back? Yeah?
quiet.
All right, sounds
You
like
need to
it.
click start. You need to click start to get
No?
actually
Okay, not quite.
loud.
Now can you hear me? Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should be able to hear you. If you don't hear them,
No?
you don't hear them, you need to exit.
Oh,
out
I see. I have to do that. There we go.
You good?
Ooh.
All right, let's do that. There we go. Now is that working?
Oh, purple.
Yep.
In the back?
You're loud and clear.
Yeah, okay, I see jumping. Cool. All right. So, hi, I am Phasedragon, and I've been doing VRChat World development for a few years now. I've done many different projects collaborating with many different people. But almost exactly a year ago, I got roped into working on Callous Season 2. This talk is going to be a chronological account of effectively a dev diary of problems, solutions, and lessons learned along the way. It's also going to have a lot of videos. I hope that this talk doesn't come across as bragging, because there is so much material to cover that there is no way I can dive into the specifics enough to make it a tutorial. This is not going to be a tutorial, this is just some of the design decisions that we went with and how that turned out. Not all of those decisions were even good. Some were awful, some were meh, and some were forced upon us by tech debt. But by all means, if you take this as a template, then pick and choose what you think worked best for your situation. If you have any specific questions about anything here, I will be leaving plenty of time for them at the end. But even outside of today, I assure you I am very susceptible to nerd sniping, so by all means, ask away at any time. So, first things first, you might be wondering, what even is Callous? Alright. So if you're not familiar with it, Callous is a multiplayer, open-world role-playing game where everyone you see is a real person. There are dungeon masters who orchestrate storylines, manage the players, make rolls, and determine what happens. This all takes place inside a cyberpunk fantasy universe where there are cybernetic augmentations, mushroom people, aliens, hackers, mages, and gigantic megacorps that casually purchase entire planets. It's inspired by the tabletop RPG Shadowrun, however, beyond that core concept, it goes its own direction entirely. This entire project is spearheaded by Arcadum. He designed the universe, he is the head DM, and he also provides funding so that the developers can spend more time on it. Kier is the primary world creator. He lays out the maps and gets everything together. At the end of the day, he is the one uploading the worlds. We use a lot of polygon assets, but Sketchu brings everything up a notch with custom art and modeling. Gambit helps in a few areas like programming and map design for missions. I do most of the VRChat programming. Simon is our web developer who handles the bots, the website, and the database. There are about half a dozen other assistant developers who come in and out working on audio, art, modeling, and a bit of programming. We have about 8 dungeon masters who handle day-to-day operations when Arcadum can't be there. And then there is 150 players. 100 of those stream live on Twitch every Friday. Shared between all of them, they've gotten up to 40,000 live viewers at one point. Currently, Callous is wrapping up its second season, and I wasn't even involved in the first season, so this talk is primarily about Season 2. Let's just let the video finish here. Went a little bit quick.
That's another world.
Is this all one world?
No, multiple.
We'll get to that. Alright, so, Season 1 was a single map with about 40 players. Pretty early after Season 1 finished, it was decided that they wanted more players involved. Keeping everyone at a usable frame rate in a complex map means you're limited to around 40 to 50 players, so obviously the solution was multiple maps. And in order to transfer between maps, we put a bot account on every map, set the bots to blue status, and they'll accept any invites automatically. Really, this is a pretty obvious solution, but it's the basis for a lot of more exciting stuff we'll talk about later. What might not be an obvious solution is that we're actually running these bots on Amazon EC2 virtual machines. It adds some more time to set up at first, and it costs money, but it really does pay off when you need 4 to 5 of these running simultaneously. So one of the problems that we had was that the wasteland is a gigantic desert. It's way too big to walk on foot, so the whole point was to travel it by vehicle. And this is exactly the reason why I joined the project in the first place, as I just could not resist the challenge of making a good vehicle. Nerd sniping, effectively. Kier DM'd me asking about it, and I had nothing going on at that point, just finished up Hook Junkers, so I figured, why not? There are so many different ways to do vehicles, but because these are hovering, I was able to get away with a very simple method. I'm sure Vanian can tell you how hard it is to work with wheel colliders. But here, basically all I did was raycast down and apply a force upwards. The closer the raycast gets, the more force it applies, and because each hoverpod is equally distributed from the center of mass, when they apply force, it will automatically level out the vehicle. Each hoverpod also pivots to face directly down, which helps a lot with going up slopes. They can only pivot so far, and any further will cause them to lock up, which causes it to naturally slide down when a slope is too steep. Early on, actually, the vehicle would get all of its movement from these hoverpods, and they would pivot around to turn and push in the direction you wanted to go, including rotation. It was really cool to see them moving around like that, kind of like the thrusters on Star Citizen, but I scrapped it because when you pivot to thrust in a certain direction, that takes away from the force you're using to push down, and that results in a dip every time you started moving. It also didn't interact with slopes very well, so now I'm just applying a raw force and torque according to your direct input. And at this point in time, avatars were rock solid in moving stations, so I was inspired to go all out with the controls. I actually bought full body for the sole purpose of making working foot pedals. I don't think anybody actually uses these foot pedals regularly, despite a significant number of them using full body, but it's cool to have the option available. At this point in the project, we were in June of 2020, before VRChat added voice settings to Udon. In Season 1, they used voice regions for Dungeon Masters to make announcements to everyone on the map, and this was a very important feature. So, without official support, our only option was to try something janky. Let's see how it went. So, when you sat in the station, it would move the station locally behind everybody, so you'd be able to talk to them wherever they were. This actually did sort of work as long as you were within 25 meters of the speaker, but as soon as you got outside 25 meters, you would actually stop hearing them altogether because even though their volume would have been audible, you stopped receiving voice data from them. For a period of time, I experimented with two-way calls because technically, if both clients think they're within range, they will actually send voice data back and forth. But it was very messy, and I did not like the direction that was going in. I believe at this point, some canny was marked as in progress, so we knew proper support was on the horizon. Instead, I decided to just wait for VRChat to add voice options, and then they did. We didn't even have to wait that long, and after struggling on my end to get voice data to transmit, I was all the more impressed with how their implementation just works, even if it's completely desynced on purpose. Once we had this, I decided to go way beyond just the broadcast. So the system that I built for Callous has Whisper, Talk, Yell, Radio, and Broadcast. Whisper originally just lowered your voice range, but the long exponential tail made it hard to know who could actually hear you. After some feedback from the players, I made it an instant cutoff beyond 2 meters and added a visual ring to indicate who was in range. I wanted Yell to be heard from 50 meters away, but again, that long tail made things difficult. If it was boosted to easy to hear levels at 50 meters, then it would still be faintly audible off at 500 meters. So I did some tweaking with the gain to kind of force it into a linear curve. Radio is pretty simple. It has 50 channels, and if you're on the same channel as someone, you can hear each other anywhere. And of course, broadcast. Everybody can hear you across the map for DMs. So,
I can't hear you, what?
So you can see switch to Yell.
What if I don't want to?
And then I switch to Yell.
I'll get on radio.
It's pretty quiet. Are we able to boost the volume at all? I think it'll work though.
You can raise the
Anyway.
volume, but that's about it.
Yeah. That's alright though.
Alright, so want me to go to the radio and then you just
Alright.
fly away from me?
Wow. We're on the radio. We can hear each other.
Alright.
I don't have to.
Anyway, now, next problem. Oh wait, actually, no, sorry, I completely skipped something. So this system had a few growing pains. Voice is such an incredibly important aspect that when it screws up, it has a huge impact. So if you want to touch this kind of system, I will give this advice. Number 1, test it over and over again. Make sure it is rock solid before your event. Number 2, have an option to disable it entirely. Straight up destroy the game objects if you have to. When your system screws up and sets somebody to broadcast on accident or locks them so that you can't hear them, you need a panic button. So basically, I skipped again. Alright, let's see. There we go. No. Why can I not? Okay, there we go. Alright, we're back on track. Okay, so basically this is an event that happens once a week. There's 4 hours per session, and after adding so many people, 100 of them stream on Twitch. That's 400 hours of content a week. And if you're doing the math, a week only has 168 hours. So obviously that's going to be problematic. One of the people working on this project, Simon, is a web developer, so he got to work on creating an interactive website that allows you to view perspectives more fluidly. I'm sure the development of that website is an entire talk all on its own, but I will share a little bit about my involvement at least. The bots in every instance actually do a lot more than just invites. First, there is an Udon script in the world that takes the position and sends of everyone in the player and sends it to the debug log in JSON format. Each bot has a Python script on it that reads the logs and sends it off to the web server. Then the server takes everybody's position, puts it on a map, links it to their streams, and you can get magic like this.
You could switch perspectives from nearby icons. Hold on. Okay, so go back to red.
Oh, then you get any magic spells, I know.
What's your magic do?
No fucking way, dude! Holy shit!
I'll give you all a drink.
Bro!
Or sit down here and I'll give you all a drink.
So, let's see. Alright, so next up, props are very important to roleplay. Even now, most roleplay groups still haven't moved to Udon simply because it is absolutely critical to have spawnable props, and that is not easy to do in Udon. So I built a whole system I call Prop Library. Thankfully, the networking update makes it way easier, but before that, I was actually doing some bitwise operations in order to convert two 64-bit integers into a 128 bool array. Each of the 128 props were able to transform into any template. All the templates were stored in a game object somewhere, and at start, the prop library would scan through the entire list of templates to copy all the details into arrays. That included, I lost myself. Then each of the props had a synced integer that represented which template it currently was. This had several drawbacks. Spawning a prop took forever because first you had to sync which props were enabled, and then the prop had to sync its position. That whole process could take as long as 10 seconds before the networking update. The second drawback was that because the template was synced by the prop itself, it was very common for props to transform right in front of someone's eyes when it transferred ownership.
Look it. It's very pretty. Oh, you have cake on you. Where's the crystal?
Is it in me?
Did it? Wait,
did it turn
did you
into
have a
cake?
cake? Did it turn into cake? The cake, this cake is a lie.
Cake is alive.
So, after Unu came out, I completely ripped out most of it. So after Unu came out, I completely ripped out most of it and replaced it with a U-short array, which is so much better. Now the master has complete authority over what each object is, which speeds up spawn times and improves reliability. It's been a while since I touched the part where a prop is able to transform into any template, but I think if I was going to refactor it, I would completely get rid of the part where it transforms itself before instantiating a child. It's just very messy because you have to keep a dozen arrays of what mesh it has, what type of collider it has, what scale it is, what scale its collider is. The list goes on. This plan originally came about because I naively thought that I wouldn't even need to instantiate anything. Wow, what a wonderful world that would have been. But no, you're going to have to instantiate something, and honestly I think you'd be much better off if you just admitted that to yourself from the start. I kind of just pushed that entire system off into its own little black box for now, but someday I'll revisit it. Okay. No. There we go. Whatever, let it play. It's fine. Alright, so something that quickly came up was that it was very awkward to just hold everything all the time, and this was the original reason behind making Udon Pockets, a system that, well, gave you pockets. One of the problems here is that VRChat pays special attention to object synced pickups that are actually being held. They end up having exactly the same latency so that when you're moving around, they will actually be in your hand instead of floating behind you. When you put stuff in your pockets, this would go away and they would just float behind you. To combat this, I decided not to use object sync. Instead, I have a bunch of continuous sync variables, including an integer, which represents which bone the prop is attached to. When it's attached to a bone, the synced position corresponds to a local position instead. And because it transitions between local to global space, I can't just mark those variables as smooth sync. I had to actually do my own interpolation code, and going all through all that trouble was another case that just made me appreciate VRChat all the more. Seriously, good interpolation is very hard, and VRChat's object sync is very good. I really wish I could make use of it. Another cool thing that we did with Pockets is more heavy integration with the bots. Unfortunately, I didn't do a whole video for this, but basically, when you leave a world, the prop will instantly despawn and be logged to the bot. Then that object will be stored in the database, and the next time you join any world, the bot will send commands to spawn a prop, and that prop will reattach to exactly the same spot.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Another problem was that before I showed up, Dungeon Masters were just ordinary players with an invisible avatar. I felt this was a real shame, so I wanted to give them all kinds of powers to do stuff. Enter Udon Shell. Udon Shell is what I'm calling my command system. It is extremely flexible and allows for sending commands like teleporting players around or launching effects. A lot of inspiration came from Minecraft commands. So you can do things like add two positions together and divide them by 2 to get the average position. Or use special symbols like tilde to create coordinates in local space of some object or player. It also has shortcuts, so @S means self, @A means all players, and I threw in my own concept of focus. So I could select a group of players and then use @F to use that group as the target of a command. One of the things I'm most proud about is how it has an autocomplete system, and all the different ways you access it will actually use the exact same autocomplete. You give it a string, it gives you a string array of suggestions, and you choose what to do with those suggestions. First, it has a desktop terminal where you can start typing and then hit tab to accept the first suggestion. Then it has a VR panel that presents you with a grid of all the possibilities.
Very cool.
And then it even has a component you can add in Editor with a full custom inspector. This was great for a map designer to add specialized behavior like jump pads without me needing to make a custom script. The only problem was accessing that power is complicated. I should have realized it sooner, but basically the short-term solution kind of forced us into make Phasedragon do everything. Yeah, I was the only one who could use it in real time. Anytime the DMs needed anything, I had to help them. So for a while, I just shadowed Arcadum around, and he would tell me what he wanted. Teleport me to that player, teleport me to that player, or teleport that player to me, etc. Simon even built a god console that allowed me to send commands from a web browser out to any map by passing it through the bots. Then the DMs just had to hop into my Discord channel, ask for a prop, and it would be on the way, no matter what map they were on. Now, no. Here's an example of where there's a bunch of extras they're fighting, and as soon as they die, I have to respawn them, and I was running around teleporting them to where they need to be, and it was extremely hectic. Now, don't get me wrong, this was fun, exhausting, but very fun. It works great for teleporting around extras, but the biggest downside perhaps was that I didn't know when a DM would want a particular effect to happen, or if they even wanted an effect at all, right in the middle of their big monologue. So, of course, I can't do everything, and I realized I needed to put more power directly into the hands of the DMs. Thus, I created the concept of quick actions. Quick actions were a way for me to add commands to someone's voice menu, and then they can do them whenever they want. And that could be things like particle effects, teleportation, any command that Udon shell supported. In practice, half the time I would queue up a quick action, and then I'd tell the DM what I've given to them, and they'd be like, just do it now. It didn't work for DMs most of the time, though actually just this last Friday it did get some good use. But obviously this was not the complete solution. So either way, it was not the solution that we needed. Take two, the quick panel. The quick panel just took all the most common functions and put them in one place with a single click. You can use this panel to teleport around players, summon players, focus players, and a couple other things. It even had a watch function that would make a camera show players from afar in a split screen. There have been many times where a DM was in character with one group of players, and they would be making roles for another group of players on the other side of the map. Overall, the quick panel helped DMs be much more comfortable with doing things themselves, and it also provides a more gradual transition when they are ready to move on to the full panel. I think this is a really good lesson in how you can create the most powerful system in the world, but if it's not easy to use, then you're the only person who will use it. I thought it was easy to use, but I'm the one who made it. As game developers, we make things that other people interact with, and that's why testing and feedback is so important. If people don't get it, it's okay to dumb it down a little bit. At this point, I realized that props are quite dull. I didn't really want to start putting Udon behaviors on the children to create unique behavior for each template, so instead I wanted a generic system to add nearly any feature to any prop. So this is another thing that could be its own talk entirely, but you can do so much with parameters. You can change the scale, you can change the layer, you can change whether it can be picked up, etc. Here's a video of one of the first times people saw this in action, coming up soon. You can see, I don't think, yeah, it's really light text here, so you probably can't see it very well with the bloom, but that's spawning a sniper rifle with like 0.8 scale or something was. And here's a video of the first time people saw it in action.
It's a big ass gun. You see, guys, this is what is waiting for you if you don't listen to us, okay?
And aside from just changing visible properties, they are literally command blocks. At one point, I gave a special gun to a DM that when they shot it, a specific prop would be teleported to where they hit. Then there was another prop in the spawn room, which was a teleporter pad. You walk onto the pad and be teleported to wherever the DM shot their gun. We had a dozen extras playing generic guards that could then pour out of anywhere at a moment's notice. This was super powerful because the number one thing about RP is that it's all improv. You need to be flexible. You need to be able to react to the situation. Sure, it would be pretty simple to make a brand new Udon script that does all that and then re-upload the world. But re-uploading worlds this big can take half an hour each. Having parameters means I was able to just make the thing right there on the spot. It's all about production value. Another issue we had was that DMs kind of had to wander around looking for what's happening, or players would have to go and find the Discord channel where their DM was. It wasn't a very elegant solution, so I wanted to do something about it. I added the DM ping system, which allows players to say, "Hey, I need something," and then a panel would pop up on a DM screen. They had a few options like teleporting, telling them to wait, or pulling them into a DM radio where nobody else could hear them. Early on, I heard from DMs a lot that, "Oh man, I was DM this entire episode. I didn't get to play my character." So a side goal was to give the DMs more time to be their character. The real answer to that is just have more DMs, and now we do have at least 2 per map, but I think that the ping system helped at least a little bit with that respect. So, the quick panel earlier helped with all the basic functions, and we ran on that for a long time. But as the DM started to get more comfortable with it, they started touching the full panel. And the problem is, whenever you try to launch an effect, you have to define a location or a person. Sure, you could technically whip out a keyboard and type in coordinates, and I personally did that all the time. But it was not a reasonable expectation for DMs. So another thing that I added quite recently was the admin gun. It allows you to load commands onto it, and then launch those commands with just a click. The admin gun uses the concept of replacement tags. So when you load a command onto it, you say $player, $position, or $hit. Depending on what it has loaded, it will show you either a dot on the ground where you're pointing, or an arrow over someone's head. Then when it actually sends the command, it doesn't have to have like a synced vector 3 or anything. It just replaces the $hit with some coordinates and sends it along as if it was any other command you typed into the console. It works pretty well, and it got a lot of use in the episode from just this Friday. I wish I could have added some video from that, but it was after the deadline. It was only 2 days ago.
Neat.
Now again, we run into my old nemesis, usability. I explained earlier about how awesome parameters were, right? Well, yeah, that has the exact same issue as the full panel. It's even more complicated because parameters are in JSON format due to the database, and my autocomplete is not compatible with JSON. So, lucky for me, I just recently made the admin gun. Let's just slide in another tab there. So I added a tab that puts all the properties on sliders. I think it works pretty well, and in addition, the admin gun had other stuff like moving props around. It was very helpful. So if you're not familiar with how characters work in a roleplay, they all have character sheets. This details things like their skill points, their race, their augmentations, their magic levels, stuff like that. And because we have 150 characters across 4 maps, it is very common for a character from the upper city to go wandering around in the wasteland, and then the DM of the wasteland has no idea who they are. So I wanted to improve that whole situation. But where to put it? If only I had a very convenient tool to point and click at people. Slap it on the admin gun. The cool part of this is that it is actually pulling from a Google Sheet by way of the bot. None of this is built into the world, so it's very easy to update. Effectively, I have one command on my side that says request player info, and then the bot has another command on its side that says send player info, and that's it. And that is the end of everything that I have prepared. Does anyone have any questions?
Wow.
Wow.
Very good, very good.
All right, I think Cellbug has a question.
Yeah, let's boot up the question zone. So if you want to ask a question, please come here and ask a question so everybody on stream can hear you.
I was speaking that.
I think we should move the question zone eventually.
Someone
Everyone
in front row if you want to be on Aeon or the other side.
Anybody wants to ask
Who's
any
first?
questions?
I have many questions, but it's like...
Yeah, go, hop over to the question zone.
Okay.
All right.
I went. What's next for this then?
What's next? Well, I kind of hinted a little bit. I want to revamp the prop system, the way that I'm transforming props. I think Panda has a way better way of doing it. However, I'm not going to do the whole reparenting thing because I don't need to, because I'm not using Object Sync. Unless VRChat adds that thing that I was talking about with Object Sync, then I might have to do the reparenting stuff. So we'll see. But I definitely want to improve that whole system. And really, I'm adding all new kind of stuff all the time. Like all these videos are just videos that I dumped into the development team from our Discord, and I just searched like from Phasedragon has videos, and it's just I just keep adding more stuff. So I don't know, whatever I come up with next, I'll have an idea from something. I don't know. Rubik?
Question. Since you have the old roleplay element, and I'm guessing that some of the stories are built ahead of time, or at least some of the interactions, I was wondering, how does you building tools affect the generating the gameplay and the interactions between people? Because I assume if you suddenly have a new tool, it allows admins to do more, and so how does that tie into the gameplay?
Oh, that's a wonderful question. Yeah, so that's actually something that basically Kier designs the maps, and he decides, you know, what's the flow and where are the spawn points and stuff like that, and then there's this great theory about what's going to happen, and then in real time it kind of ends up being like the DMs just want a certain thing to happen because they thought it on the spot, or they're reacting to something that happened, and it needs to be much more improvisational than that, and that's why that's where my systems fill in that gap there, basically. So pretty much when it comes to, for example, in the final boss fight of last night, or last Friday, Arcadum wanted a bunch of zombies to come pouring down from the roof, and Kier didn't set up a spawn point on the roof. Why would he do that? So I because of the tool that I gave to the DM who was handling spawns, he was able to just make it happen. And that's an example of where improv kind of takes over in the moment, and everybody is just doing everything they can to make it work.
Thank you. Okay, so like this is clearly like a very huge scale, and I'm wondering like what type of things do you do to make sure that when you're testing that it'll still like work when the actual scale of Callous Row is in place? Yeah, that is very difficult, and by all means, we've screwed up several times. Like there have been several cases, including just last night, where our entire voice system didn't work, and we just had to go without it. And really, the only thing you can do is to get like a good group of players to test a couple days before, because there is no personally, I'm very comfortable with simulating 2 clients, 3 clients, 4 clients, however many I need to make sure that something technically works. However, there is no way to simulate 30 people clicking buttons all simultaneously, or someone being in Australia. Well, maybe there is to do that, but not the point. And so it's very difficult. And one example in particular, just last night, just last Friday, the reason why it broke was because I had disabled a bunch of the objects
for the object pool that is used for assigning like the voice stuff to each player, and as a result, only the first three people who joined were able to actually use the voice system, and that's just not. And I only launched 3 clients because I thought, hey, that covers all the situations. It covers master, non-master, late joiners, a non-master observing an owner's behavior, all kinds of stuff. But that. Yeah, I completely screwed myself there. So it's just got to do a lot of testing, and I am certainly guilty of not doing enough myself. So next up.
So in your example, so I have not watched Callous, I don't know anything about it, but just for, you have a player versus player combat. You say the DMs are doing dice rolls for people. How much of those like core system mechanics are built into the world versus manually handled by the DM per each encounter? And is that like, how is that working, and how would you change that system?
So that whole system is kind of in flux because it's because realistically combat kind of just worked even before we had anything Udon related. Like, there are roleplay groups that have particles on their avatar, and they just roleplay, and they get hit, and they're in full body, so they make big falls, and it's all fun and stuff. But I kind of wanted to do something about it to improve the hit detection. So I did actually make a favor the shooter combat system, and that combat system doesn't actually apply damage to the players. It's not like they have a health bar, because that would be too restricting, right? Like if a DM, we might have a health bar at some point, but it'll still be very fluid. It might be more like the overlays in like Call of Duty, where you can see red blood spots coming in. It wouldn't be like an actual 100 to 0 kind of bar, and really it's just something that you got to be flexible with. So instead, all I do is when you get hit, you get a red overlay. And I actually added a thing pretty recently where whenever you do get hit, it sends it to the debug log, and then after the combat, you can read the log and see this player got shot 20 times, this player got shot 15 times, oh, this player got shot by a special gun. Ooh, that means they dealt more damage, stuff like that. And that kind of helps a little bit, but it's not really necessary either. At the end of the day, the way that the DMs do it is they have a series of wounds. So they have minor wounds, major wounds, and death rolls. I think I'm not a DM, so I haven't actually done that myself. I'm not entirely sure how that works. But the idea is that certain types of wounds cannot result in a death. Even if you roll a natural 1, you might just have to recover for a couple days, and then you go walking around with a crutch, for the next couple sessions. You have to add a crutch to your avatar. That's kind of fun for some people that get to create their own avatars. They can add scars and stuff like that. Whereas death rolls are what happens when something really significant happened, and then the dungeon master evaluates the situation, and they say, okay, if I roll above a 4, you're good. If I roll above a 6, you're good on a D10. And then they do it, and either the character lives or dies. And that's just how it works. So,
follow-up question: are they literally rolling in real life, or do you have a dice system?
In some cases, for very, very special things, they'll make a whole show out of pulling out their physical dice. Some of them even have like metal dice. But most of the times, no. They just have a particle on their avatar that they click a button, and it just like randomizes a texture, and then they get the thing. And they've tested it, and I'm confident that it's also fully random, even though it's only pseudo random, but it's definitely random enough.
Yeah, I have a clarification on that from a DM in chat who says that for those who are not in the know, they have dice rollers on the avatars, and they apply discretion from context and the rolled outcome along with the systems that are built into the world.
Who is that in chat?
So that was from Ariana, I think.
Oh, Ariana, that's one of our the city, the row DMs. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Also, I mean, I guess I can quickly ask a question from chat as well, because we have a lot of people in here, and chat wants some stuff as well. So the question was, how do you get the data back into the world to perform actions?
So that's a little bit tricky because it's easy to, so basically the bots have a Python script, and it's very easy for Python script to just read a file, but if you want to send it back in, that'd be a great use case for OSC, but we don't have that at the moment. So instead, they have to focus the window and then paste like text into an input field, and then I have a script running which keeps that input field focused so that they always paste it and it'll always go in. And I just recently upgraded that system so it was much more reliable and it always keeps focused. Before, I don't know why I thought this was a good idea, but I had it so that the bot would have to press / to start a command, and then it would paste it, and then it would press enter, which is awful, and the bot's commands only went through like 80% of the time. So I very recently upgraded it so that literally all it has to do is paste, and then the script will just automatically detect, oh, there's text here, let's send that as a command. So yeah.
Also, one little thing: Fiona Arcadium is also in the chat, and the Arcadium, the person who runs the whole thing. So if you have any questions, you can just go into YouTube chat and ask anything. They're very eager to tell everybody that they can answer anything. So.
I guess. One small question: is there a tool? I was over there. Came back. Small question: is there a tool that you want to make, or admins would like in the world, but that you can't make yet, and why?
Specific tool. I honestly, I don't really have a whole lot on my to-do list. Usually when I think of something to do, then I just make it pretty immediately. Or it just goes on the backlog and I can totally make it. I just haven't had the time to do it. I don't really have anything that I've particularly, I guess this is not necessarily something a VRChat has a problem with, but it's just my implementation. I really want the admin gun to be able to pick up players, but because the admin gun is not a synced pickup, it is entirely local. It would be really awkward and complicated to do that. So, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, there we go. All right. 1, what GitHub is all this stuff on? And 2, if it's not, who do we have to extort to make that happen?
So, unfortunately, it's not available publicly. Basically, that's something that I have to figure out with Arcade Hub. I'd love to release this stuff at some point, but there's the problem is that he paid for it to make it happen, and number 2 is that it's tied very deeply into the project itself, and so it's all one gigantic project that we're using Colab for. I hope to change that to like something else, in the season break. But at some point that needs to be ripped out and separated into its own thing. Maybe once we have another program to collaborate, that will help. All right. Any other questions? We only got 3 minutes left, so we got room for 1 or 2 more. No?
Oh, my question was answered by Logan's question. Basically, it's
all right.
Yeah, that was also my question.
Oh, we got another question from Panda, maybe? No, just repositioning. Okay. All right. I think we're done here then.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for coming.
That was super good.
Ooh.
Yay.
We have We have a 15-minute break, and we'll come back with FSP's talk on Udon networking. So, be there.
My full body's still charged. I forgot to charge it yesterday.
What's up?
That
was great. Can we, I don't know if it's just me using one of the speakers. Can I interact with the thing? Because I always have the radio.
From here, no. You cannot click. It's a VRChat bug. You cannot click through, but it will still show up.
Holy shit. There's a height adjuster. I can make myself... Good job. I checked.
From me to everyone else in a circle.
Why is my camera frozen? There we are.
Ask is I actually saying that like some of the DMs were like, oh, I don't get to play.
Okay, everyone, we're gonna be starting with FSP's talk, so please shut up and
Start with the social.
should be boosted.
Also a character.
I don't know.
We're about to talk about Udon networking.
Awesome. Okay. Please start this so the music goes away.
Oh no.
Alright.
And yeah.
Sign come awkward.
I'll repeat the pun because you were all talking, so you didn't hear it. We can all start with the social networking now because we're going to learn about Udon networking. So, my name is Hannah Dawson. You all know me as FSP or Fairly Sad Panda. I'm 29 years old, and I'm about to tell you everything that you need to know about Udon networking, except the stuff I don't know. So, to break the ice, I think people saw on a channel on the Prefabs Discord the other night. I went, what the fuck? And it was about something called is instance owner, and I had completely wrong understanding of what that actually did. And I want you to keep that in mind when I'm talking about this, because stuff like this is complicated. It's okay not to know everything. And my job with this talk is to prepare both technical and non-technical people for people talking about networking and understanding how this works and how you can implement it in your worlds. So I'm going to take a big breath now. Don't panic. We're going to be talking about this, and I'll go to the next slide. So, when I talk about networking, it's a quite complicated topic, and I think it's got a bad reputation. So my background is in networking games anyway, so I've been doing this since pretty much this time last year. I've made shipped 3 completed networking game worlds. I did a version of Codemasters by Czech Games. I've also done a release of Slaughterhouse 1 and Slaughterhouse 2, and I did a talk at the last TLX, of course, about Slaughterhouse 2. And Fiona described that talk as game design, crazy networking complaints, I believe was the term. And I decided that after that talk, I'd do my next talk at TLX on networking, because I don't want to have that situation where it's like there's a special cabal of like me, Phasedragon, Centauri, which is why it's funny that we are the people starting this. We're kind of people who know networking relatively well, along with like 10 or 15 other people. And it sometimes feels like networking to everyone else is, what? How? I kind of want to stop doing that. Personally, I'm already done with one of my projects this year. I've got 2 other big projects coming. I've got a big role-playing map called Between Uncertain Stars, which I advertised at the New Year's thing. I've got a spookality entry called You Are the Detectives, both which are network games in very different ways, but using the same fundamental system. So I'd like to talk about a bit at the end if we've got some time. I also work on VRCon. I'm one of the programmers on it, and I do work for hire for various things as well. And I do want to front end with my real job is as a network server engineer in the video game space at a company called CCP Games. We make EVE Online and a few other things. I'm conscious these videos go on YouTube, and there may be people watching this in a year, maybe work in the games industry already. My company is really good. We're doing a bunch of really cool stuff right now. We are rated Great Place to Work in all 3 of our locations. The Icelandic studio just got, I think, it's basically Company of the Year in Iceland. We're a really nice bunch of people. So if you're interested in network games, trust us. We're pretty good at it, and I'd love to have you on board if you're looking for work in the industry. You can take a look at us. I've got the link there to our jobs page. So, Cable made this slide, and I really like it, and it sums up everything that's been wrong with 95% of people talking about Udon since it came out. It's the notion that non-technical people, and I hate that term because everyone's technical in some ways, you know, even the least technical person in the world could probably talk about like color theory or something, right? The notion that it's kind of hard to talk about, it's all very technical and it gets very weird very quickly. That's not what my talk is, not the first 20 minutes of it anyway. It's going to be a relatively non-technical, like, here's the ideas, the words you'll hear and what they mean with a few lines of code. It shouldn't spook people. The other half of the talk is the bit where you can all collapse into, like, I don't know, food, like that entropy after big meals where it sort of washes over you, that kind of thing. For the time being, it really isn't as hard as it sounds. And I want to talk about the why for a couple of minutes here, because it's really important to get the principles right first. The big problem with networking is that it's really important to VRChat. Like, Rubik gave a talk yesterday. I'd encourage anyone who's watching this to go rewatch. And Rubik's talk was all about, you know, the reason why interaction is important in VRChat. Interaction is really important, but VRChat, if one half of the word is VR and the VR experience, the other half is chat. It's the human interactions you have. And one of the big problems with VRChat is that when you have a world which is completely unnetworked, people desync. It's important to keep people synchronized if possible in their experiences, even late joiners, because it gives you that sense of we're in this together and it's real and you get the immersion of that. Anything that breaks that, even if it's a bad skybox like Rubik said yesterday, can break it. But saying, hey, look at that cool pigeon flying by, and someone can't see that, that can really break immersion in the world, and it makes you feel hollow and false. And there's also obvious things like video games, all the Callous row work that Phase was talking about. You can't do that without a bunch of networking. But there's a problem in networking in that it's kind of hard. And when you're doing networking, sometimes you just sort of think, I could be playing pool in Club B right now. I could be hanging out with my friends, and instead you're sort of staring at like networking diagrams. Networking has a reputation for breaking easily. I mean, we've all been to community meetups or other quick equivalent events where networking has just exploded and we've all crashed. And ultimately, if you're a non-technical person, it sometimes feels like you could be doing something you're better at. Like, if you're an artist, why should you learn networking code? Like, get a networking person on board or don't bother. Or if you're a level designer, you can do some amazing levels which are completely non-networked. I mean, there's so many good examples, particularly in the sort of the Japanese community, these completely non-networked worlds with no real like interaction between players at all beyond maybe a synced pickup, and they're still beautiful worlds, so why would you bother? And my point is that really there is a balance there to be made. You don't have to be like Phase and write 1 billion networking systems for a really complicated world, and you don't have to be like some stereotypical like 2017, 2018 like no network interaction world, right? Sometimes you see a lot of these community meetups as well where it's like, I've done all this 3D art, I haven't done the networking code yet. You don't have to be that way either. It's got to be somewhere in the middle, and really it's not even somewhere in the middle, it's as little as possible to fake you've done way more work than you actually have. It's as little as possible. That's the reason why pool tables are so great, because you can just throw it in the world and suddenly the world's networked, because you can do stuff together. Isn't that great? And it comes down to, I want to talk about, that's the principles. So I'm going to talk actually about now the what, not the principles, but the how. So don't do too much networking, and when you do networking, remember the Triforce. And the funny thing about this is that I was watching Momo the Monster's video on the sort of basics of networking, the 5-minute one. He actually has the same diagram as this. He's standing there and he goes like, here's the 3 things you need to know, but it was upside down, and it wasn't a triangle, it was 3 pieces of text. And I went, he's accidentally stolen my slide. What the flip? So I think mine's got like a funny reference to Zelda on it, so you can remember this. But the 3 basic principles here. At the top, ownership. Second one, synced variables. The third one is custom network events. And that sounds like big jargon. I'm going to go through all of this. But you just need to remember there's 3 things you need to remember. They work together, but they are logistically quite separate in how you use them. But to make one big networking world, you use them all together. So they're kind of 3 separate topics that are intertwined under the umbrella of networking. And the big one you need to get right, because the one that most frequently breaks, is ownership. Ownership is a notion of owning something. Now, an instance is owned. You know, somebody creates the instance and they go in for the first time and they are the instance owner. They can always rejoin the instance, for example. That's not this. Someone's always the master. Well, that is this, because what the master means is they're the default owner. Every single thing in this world we're in right now is owned by something. So, for example, let's take a look at the screen behind us. It's probably got a Udon behavior on it. It's going to be owned probably by Orals, whoever created an instance, because it's probably not been transferred. Or maybe it has been under the surface. But it doesn't just have to have an Udon behavior. It's anything which is in network instance, network controlled. So that's Udon behaviors and object syncs is the big 2. I'll get onto the latter of those in a bit. But also things like object pools and a few other minor things have got network ownership properties on them because they can be bossed around by somebody or other. What ownership just means is somebody owns it, and that's federated control over the instance. So everybody knows who owns everything. And you can own things, you can transfer ownership to other people, and you can use that to boss around what kind of happens to that object in the scene. Basically, it's, I am the boss of this object. Like, I have this apple in my hand, it is mine. I'll ask poor Yorick to mix up that quote. Ownership is sort of automatically transferred most of the time. And it happens in every single VRChat world. If you ever give someone a pickup, it's synced. That's ownership transfer. Sync pickups are owned by the person who last held them. Object sync objects can actually transfer ownership when you hit somebody with them. If you throw it to them, it will actually transfer ownership to them. This actually I don't see many people using, but it's a feature that's kind of commonly comes up all the time, and it used to be a #1 reason why worlds exploded. Fortunately, thanks to the Udon update, that is less of a problem now, but everyone remembers going to a community meetup or something like that, and you get that big kicked from instance because the instance has exploded. Object ownership blew up. That doesn't happen anymore, but it's something to be aware of. Usually keep the checkbox off. And if somebody, I said that instance owner, this is, remember I said earlier, I got this wrong, it's actually the master. If someone leaves their world, their object goes back to the owner. So if you are the master, so if you are holding this apple and then your internet gets pulled, or you have your Shaggy money over there, and Elon Musk decides that you must go bye-bye for 5 minutes, you can just go pop and your object will just fall to the floor and it goes back to the master of the world. That's the person who came in first. In Udon terms, it's the person with the lowest order ID in the world, generally speaking. So, I promised you to be very little code. That is very little code. That's one line. If you guys start screaming, I'm sorry, I can't help you. But basically, we're talking about setting an owner. That's kind of one action we do in ownership transfer. And we generally say, who do you want to set it to? You might say the local player. That's what that next bit means. And then game object. Well, what do you want to set? You do this in Graph. The same will probably work in Sign Triggers, although I haven't personally used that. But it works most commonly in Udon Sharp, and it's just that. That's how you tell somebody, I'm holding an apple, I'm going to put the apple on the floor, I'm going to run this piece of code, you now own the apple. Dead easy. And you can actually check who owns the apple with either an isOwner check or a getOwner check. Both of these are in Graph, they're called exactly the same thing, just networking, getOwner. And they'll just go, hey, do we own this item? Or who own, like, do we, like, does this player own the item, yes or no? Or or who owns this item? Just give me the person who owns it back. So you can do a query to say yes or no, or just to give me the person. You can do the check yourself. They do function the same thing. Should be noted that ownership is pretty fast in transfer these days, but it will lag a little bit. So if you do a set owner, or if somebody else does a set owner on something, there's that network delay until you actually hear about it. That's probably one of the most important things you need to get right in your networking world, and it's unfortunately one of the things you have to test for yourself. I can't help you with that. It's just keep that in mind at all times. Networking means stuff will happen in a bit for everybody. But when you talk about, oh, here's ownership, one of the problems with it is that people start going, well, why? Like, I don't need to care about this. It's all been hidden by VRChat. The white circle, the post-processing is kind of nuking this, but the yellow face on the left-hand side is the owner of the object. This is what I'm doing. I'm moving the apple from here to here. And the person on the right might see those orange smiley faces, see the object move from A to B, and you might have done something else to the object via some method. To change the color of the object. You did that. You can now see it elsewhere. I usually call this replication, which is an Unreal Engine term, but it's the same kind of thing. You're replicating the state of the object from owner to everybody else in the scene. That's why you do it. So, the first thing you build on top of your ownership, beyond just object sync, and I knew my hip tracker would go insane today. It had to. It's going to definitely. Right. So, the first thing you need to do is custom network events. So, a custom network event is something that you'll very quickly get used to if you're working in Udon Graph, because everything is an event in Udon Graph. You sort of just fire off events to other graphs, other behaviors, and just go, just do this, just do this, just do this. The problem with Udon Sharp in some ways is the fact that it kind of hides that, so you don't really learn about events until you start doing custom network events. You're like, what's an event? What is this? It turns out that's what Udon Sharp's been doing onto the surface. An event is just a string which says, this Udon behavior, run this protocol on this behavior, just do this. You will have something on that system which does this, just want to run this. And you can do that over the internet. There are jargon terms for this. One term is really common is RPC, which is remote procedure call. And technically, it's a kind of shitty RPC, but it is an RPC in some ways. But what it just means is that everybody connected to the instance at that point where you fired off the RPC, off this event, is going to hear about you want to do this, and it will run on their side just as if you'd run it locally. So you just say, hey, open this door, or run my cool event in this case. By the way, if I see any more code examples of people not using name of in their code, like, please use this in Udon Sharp. Merlin put it in for a reason. It's really good. Imagine you do semantic links in your code. Please use this. I see a lot of people using magic strings, and it's one of the reasons why things just explode for you, and you start crying to me. But what that is ultimately,
you know what they call me.
An event is just I think Cyan originally requested this. I can't remember. I think it was the middle of last year. But yeah, you can only trigger Yeah, so in Udon Sharp, you can only trigger public functions. So that's just an event in a public function is an event in Udon Graph, but in Udon Sharp it is a public function, and the event cannot start with an underscore. Who here's been in a world which has been exploited by a client user? Kind of sucks. You can arbitrarily call any custom event, not just network event, custom event, because they're the same thing in your world if you don't prepare with an underscore. The event name. Please do so. Always unless you want to be called over the internet, always call every single event in your world underscore something. Don't have to do it for private functions in Udon Sharp. Please do that. That's like one of the things you take from this talk. If you're like a technical person, please do that. Use name of an underscore. They're technical standards we should always be applying to our worlds. But the thing about custom network events is you can only trigger public ones, which means that if you're doing like a bunch of stuff privately in Udon Sharp, which is just a bunch of semantic sugar, then it will not really work. So you have to do publics. I mean, everybody's been hit by this when I talk to them. Like, oh, it didn't work. Oh, it was private. But one thing I want to highlight is that ownership of an object is very closely linked into custom network events, because one of the cool things we used to do a bunch before we got Udon, the Udon networking update, is that not the owner of the object can fire off to everybody else in the instance using any instance of Udon behavior, any event on that object. So not the owner in this case is going to trigger open door. And everyone else is going to go, including the owner of the object, is going to go, oh cool, you said open door, I'm going to make the door open now. You said closed door afterwards, make the door closed. The door's already closed, and you said closed door, well, that's a no-op. The door's already closed, I'm not going to do anything. Which is generally how you should run these network events anyway. Don't run them like toggle, for example, because then people get very desynced and weird. You want to do something which is definitive, this has happened. It's the thing with events. You know, the door opens everybody. Oh, unless, of course, you know, you've broken the world somehow and something's crashed. The thing about it is there's two different kinds of RPCs, these events. The first of these is all, network event target all, and there's also network event target owner. All and owner are pretty self-explanatory. Like I said, somebody owns that object you're calling. If you set it to owner, what happens is that only the owner will interpret that event. They'll actually still receive the information, they'll just ignore it. It will still actually go to them, so it actually causes network load even if you're calling owner. Fun fact, we had a bug in the middle of last year which broke my world for 2 days because of it. I think it was 2 days, it was about a day, somewhere around that, man. But a great example of that is, I want to start the game, but I don't own the game we're trying to play. Hey, can I start the game? I'm going to send a command saying start game. The owner then goes, well, I have all the data locally. I think we've got 5 players, the cards are in the right place, no one's currently playing the game, you know, and, you know, Mercury's in retrograde, so we can start the game, right? And that's really powerful. And it's basically how Slaughterhouse 2 works, funnily enough, and all my stuff, I think pretty much everyone else's games from last year have worked like that. It's kind of like these command event patterns, one of which I talked about in my last talk. The problem is, as I also talked about in my last talk, custom network events are dog shit in so many ways. They are slow. 0.5 seconds or more, they can take 3 or 4 seconds the round trip. They are unstable. If you have a spotty internet connection, it probably will, it has no guarantee it will arrive. It almost certainly will. VRChat's pretty good at this, but there's no guarantee. So sometimes you just get events being dropped. And the big one, the one that caused people to not develop an Udon for over a year, hi Cyan, is network catch-up and just basically not happening for people that join the world afterwards. In SDK 2, there was a way of doing events that just got buffered to people afterwards. I fully understand why that's not in SDK 3. That's a huge, like, complicated event buffer ledger system, which is a good way of doing things if you have, like, really big servers and lots of money. But for little baby instances of like 18 kilobytes a second network transfer, I can see why it's a problem. So the thing about CNEs is that they're useful, really, really, really useful. Use them. They're really easy and flexible and agile ways of doing development quickly if you don't need to do much data sync. But sync variables are better. And I wouldn't have said that before I came out to this talk today a week ago, because Udon networking update hadn't come out. I've been working in that update for about 6 months now. Before, we only had one kind of sync variable. We now have 2. And these 2 sync variables are really handy in different ways. And one of them is dramatically more handy than the other. They're a bit complicated, so bear with me. A variable, I think you guys know what they are. If you don't, a variable is something that sits inside your Udon behavior. There are 2 basic kinds, syncable and unsyncable, basically in terms of networking. Syncable objects include a string. A a position, a vector free in the world. So I'm currently a vector free in this world, a free XYZ coordinate, that's a vector free. An integer array of player IDs related to, say, people who've signed up to my game to play it. Right? Those things are syncable. They're able to be taken, packaged into some kind of arbitrary zeros and ones, and fired over the internet to everybody else. There are things which aren't syncable. For example, suppose I've just decided to store in my object a specific player API, a specific person, a way of talking about that person in Udon. You can't sync that directly. You can't sync Udon behaviors we might be calling. But you can sync things which are interpreting. Take a look at my slide again. You see how I've got a specific player API there, but on the left-hand side I've got an integer array of player IDs. This is the kind of thing that you have to start thinking about. How do I represent what I've got locally to everybody else for the things I need them to know about? So in this way, you don't send over somebody's Udon player API, you send over the ID of their player API. And that's basically what we're talking about with a manual sync and continuous sync of variables. A bit more code, I do apologize.
You can use the laser pointer to point things out.
All right. I like pointing at the screen. I like doing it. All right. You see our happy owner face, the little yellow guy? He's saying, I want to set favorite number to be free. In Udon Chart, we might just flag this as a private integer called favorites number. And we're going to have that be changed arbitrarily via a button could do this. Quite a lot of different things can do this in the world. Usually you want to call like a small Udon behavior that can do generic setting and getting of objects. And you just have a public function, again in Udon Chart, or just a event in Udon Graph called set favorite number. And you want to set a number somehow. Again, in Graph, you just have a variable. You set program variable to it. First thing you want to do when you're syncing variables, make sure the object you are trying to sync on is owned by yourself. And this now happens instantly in the Udon networking update. It didn't before. It took a frame or so, and it was terrible. But now it actually works instantly, which is fantastic. It works instantly. It fakes it, but it generally is fine. Networking set owner, just claim the ownership of the object yourself. Then, afterwards, get your number you're inputting, set your manually synced, in this case, favorite number to be the number you want to change it to. Then you want to call something called request serialization. Request serialization just means, hey, take the synced, everything marked as Udon synced in this piece of code, in our graph or in our pretty much anything you can write on Udon, and just say, everything that's synced, take that, store it as ones and zeros in a nice compressed way, like in a zip file, and just fire it to everybody else in the instance. As if by magic. You don't do anything else, it will just dispatch it. Unless you've decided to sync a really large amount of data. In which case, it will explode, as you would expect. And afterwards, you might want to call handle serialization yourself. I've got an example of a pattern later on, which is quite handy for this. For everyone else in the instance, they're going to call the same piece of code again. They're going to do something called on deserialization of this. I will mention this again later. And you got basically a piece of code saying, hey, I want to do something with this favorite number, let's just do that. And for everybody else, they're going to say, okay, I got favorite number over the internet. I'll update this piece of string to say I've changed this number. And it just works. And what's great about it is it works for everybody, including Mr. I joined your instance late because I was walking my dog, and the person who's there right now. And, of course, it updates it for the owner. Even if the owner wasn't the owner before they assigned the ownership, it'll update it. I've got a mention of something called data racing a bit later, which will go into some more detail. Generally speaking, this is how it works. As I said earlier, there are two kinds of networking, manual and continuous. Manual is, I suppose is a good way of doing it as a postman analogy. Manual is me sending you a letter through the post, and a little bit later, a really fast, like he's been trained by the Flash, the postman knocks on your door with like a letter and throws it to you, and you read the letter and quickly scribe it into your computer. That's basically what's happening there. That's like one postman doing that. And that postman goes back to the post office and will do that for late joiners later. Because the postman's like really good, they're unionized, they get like loads of days off a year, so they work really well. Continuous sync is what happens when you decide that your lovely like post office workers that you've been really treating very well, you're going to take away all of their days of holiday, and you're going to basically make them work until they fall over, and it's a bit shit. It's for specific use cases. The funny thing about Udon is that we use manual sync now for pretty much everything, and it's really good. But continuous sync is how everything else in VRChat basically works. Look to my hand for a second. See, I'm tracing it over the world. That's not what's actually going on. In continuous sync, what happens is that it just keeps spamming the network saying, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, every quarter of a second or so, provided the network's not loaded. It syncs less data more often. It works just like your hand waving in VRChat works. In VRChat, what actually happens, like every other networked program which does this, basically take a snapshot every 0.25 seconds and basically tells you, hey, this person moved their hand from here to here, and this is the change between them. What Phase was talking about was interpolation. That's basically the act of going from, well, I have this old data and this new data. How do I make it look like I'm not doing this and just snapping immediately? Well, you do a nice curve instead. That's what's going on with continuous sync. It's all about like lagging behind a bit to keep the nice interpolation moving smoothly. That's what it's kind of for. And it's why it's been so shit to work with for the last year, because it's not what we want out of network data at all. Like, it's completely the wrong system. It's using a bicycle for mass public transport. You can have like 500 people in a gigantic bicycle queue, but at some point it's just easy to use a bus. It's what's called lerping of values, by the way, is the jargon. I believe there's a reason why it's called lerp. It's short for something. I'm not a mathematician, but I know it's a mathematical term.
Linear interpolation.
Thank you. Okay. Linear interpolation. But yeah, like I said, it's basically how everything works. And it's kind of rubbish. It's useful for certain things. The problem is, because I just said, imagine, by the way, I said, moves from here to here, right? So what's actually happening under the surface in VRChat is that when you move from here to here, the computer already knows it needs to make the object be here. It just really wants to make sure that it smoothly gets from here to here. That's the stupid thing about this. Have you ever done a teleport of a player in VRChat and you've set teleport to off, like instant to off, and they've kind of like shot off? It's because it's desperately trying to make this animated when it doesn't need to be. And there's so many worlds currently in Udon where this kind of is problematic. But fortunately, we've got this system now. The big thing that Udon continuous sync is useful for is a way of very quickly accessing it called object sync, which, as I've got on the slide, is basically the definition of it. A component that allows for precision or rotation and actually scale. I learned that from something Momo mentioned a little while ago. And a few related things to be synced easily. It's just, I already know I want this object to be synced. It needs to be, it's a pickup. It needs to be able to move easily. I don't want to write the goddamn code for this. I don't want to be Phase and write my own interpretation system. Just work, go. Which means that VRC pickup plus object sync, smash them together, throw it in the oven, it works, ship it, right? You can also, but the thing about Udon object sync, the reason why it's really cool, we already had this in the old version of Udon networking. It was on the actual Udon behavior. If anyone's ever done that, you go into Udon behavior, you attach no behaviors to it, which doesn't make any sense. Why is it like this? But you just go, hey, sync position, and it works. It's great. Fantastic. But you couldn't actually do anything with it other than just say, hey, it's synced. Now you can. It's fantastic. Move a synced object to a target location without lerping it. You can actually do that in continuously. You can just tell the game, hey, I got that snapshot of the old hand position and the new hand position. Guess what? This time, and only this time, make it snap. Did anyone here remember me having that sort of mental breakdown about teleports in my Slaughterhouse 2 1 and 2 worlds, where it just horribly broke for several months? I was bitching about it endlessly until I had like a rigid body revelation where you could just sort of stick it in a location. That's because it was constantly trying to lerp for remote. You can actually just use teleport to as a shortcut for this, but flag discontinuity is basically to stop that happening. If you're using object sync and you're doing anything at all involving moving an object sync object via some teleport, sticking it in a dog's mouth. Where's Centauri? Is Centauri here? This is something I was talking about the other day. Sticking it in a dog's mouth and moving it. Anything like that, where it's being moved, but in a teleporty way, or being updated or controlled by another object, which may not be networked, use flag discontinuity. Otherwise, your object will float behind you, and it is terrible and looks bad. It basically switches off that lerping stuff for a little bit, while still spamming the network with that vector-free update. Respawn. Actually just a useful health function. You can actually do this anyway. If you've ever done a situation where you've gone, I'm going to get this pickup. I'm going to move the pickup to minus 20,000 and put it under the floor so far that it forces a respawn because the game thinks it's fallen out of the world. That's all this is doing, just with extra syntax. It's just a bit nicer. Set gravity and set kinematic is the Vogan VR complaints. Because I think Vogan has complained about these two the most, but I've had the same issue, where you couldn't properly set, hey, is this supposed to be gravity or kinematic, and sync pickups to kind of just explode? And you're like, why is it I set this to kinematic and then stood on it and I got launched to space? Like, can I contact Elon Musk for a donation? You know, this would be like a rocketless way of getting us to space. This kind of stuff is to do with again, a lot of what VRChat's doing internally. It makes it really hard for synced pickups to like have their gravity and kinematic status synced normally. So you have this function now. Basically, if you're going to take another useful thing from this slide for technical people, this is a useful slide to have. These 5 functions are all really useful, and you should probably learn what each of the functions do. I want to talk about one final script before I get on to my advanced bit of the talk, and this is the actual like stuff that's in UNU or is in networking we already have. Not like ways of using it in interesting ways, but this is the final useful thing I want to talk about. And it's actually something which is I think most people are going to overlook, I think, sadly. And it's VRC object pool. It is a script that controls a set of objects. You can use the pool to switch between pooled objects switch pooled objects on and off for everybody. And you're like, okay, so I can use it to spawn boxes like in Momo's tutorials, or I can use it to spawn a player controller maybe. Like, it's actually incredibly useful for pretty much anything which involves instantiating objects, player controllers, any instance where you need to have something be synced over the network, but you don't want to have it on all the time. You want to have it on when somebody needs it, or it needs to be used for some reason, and you just have it off elsewhere and it's in a pool. And the great thing about it is it's basically Udon free. You don't have to write it yourself. Phasedragon's got a really good in Udon player pool, object pool, which I think Centauri and a number of people use. I've used it as well for Slaughterhouse. That works out really well, and it's actually lower network latency than this, but the VRC object pool just works. And I think it's a great example as a VRChat team kind of knowing how we use networking and trying to write scripts that aid us. Both this and Object Sync are both, like, I think, to be really good examples of this. So a great example of object pool sync, of course, is having cubes and being able to spawn a cube down in front of you, yada, yada, yada. I use it for inventory systems. So I have like an inventory that goes out to each player. And what I do in my inventory system is I attempt to, again, object pools are synced objects, so they need to be claimed by ourselves before we do anything. Grab the pool object and call try to spawn, called exactly the same thing in graph. And hey, did we get anything from the pool? All that means is, hey, we have 30 things in this pool, and somebody's pressed the button to spawn 30 things. What happens? Well, it just means it doesn't return anything. You don't get a pool object back. But for everybody else, they'll see that 30 things are in the world, and 30 things which sync over the network via network latency, via late joining. So it works just like manual sync. It just replicates correctly to everybody when you load into the world, which is fantastic. It means that things stay consistent and pretty much code-free, which you should just use it. When you want to give an object back to the pool, again, because it's synced, you need to claim it, and then you go pool.return and just pass the object back in. And as long as the object's in the pool, it just works. Boop, gone. Really, really useful script. Again, I'd recommend everybody who is doing this kind of stuff, check it out and think what you can use it for. So now I'm going to do the dreadful, sort of scary bit.
Wait.
Here is the advanced section. So I want you to imagine it's the day after, it's Thanksgiving. You've eaten the 4th portion of mashed potato. You're listening to your aunt talk about some dreadful, like, just fall asleep. I promise you won't miss anything interesting. Yeah, just lie down. It's fine. Okay. Data racing. One of my favorite things as a network engineer and a server engineer. So, let's talk about... Remember when I said networking events were kind of shit? I said this, right? Network events kind of rubbish. They don't really replicate out to people after they join. They're kind of slow. You can't send any data with them. You can kind of go, do this. But imagine being like, I don't know, again with that postman analogy, right? The postman runs to your front door, gasping, out of breath. He's been 2 minutes late because the network's under load. He passes you a piece of paper, and the paper says, like, Among Us on it, without any context. So if you got that 2 minutes ago, you'd have known, oh, it's the funny Among Us meme. We just spawned the funny Among Us meme. But it's 2 minutes later, and everyone else has left the instance. And you just get this, and you're like, this is useless to me. I have no context. So an event's contextless. So given this, they're no data and they're slow. Can we make manual sync work like them? I mean, manual sync is basically just like you can fire things over the network and you can send that data. Should you receive that data, we can just do things with it. Well, maybe before we do any of that, let's go and just, okay. So events are slower than manual sync. Manual sync's really fast. I should have mentioned that a bit. Manual sync's really fast. Like, it'll just work properly. As long as the network's not under load, it'll just go done as quickly as possible, like half a second max. It's great. So if custom events take longer than manual sync, just sync a variable, then call an event, and everything is fine. The event will show up, the fat postman will show up after the thin postman, tortoise in the hair, right? And then the fat postman will give you the letter saying Among Us, and you know that it meant say the word Among Us 12 times, I don't know, and everything's fine. Until networking. Sometimes bad things happen on the internet. I know. It's not just Elon Musk tweeting something cringe on Twitter. Sometimes your internet goes down for a minute because Frontier decides to fuck over with you, or because somebody decided to slice a network cable in the Atlantic. Sometimes networking doesn't work properly, and sometimes what you thought would happen first, which is getting the data, actually happens second. And what happens is you get a please understand moment. Oh, it broke. I think I could say this with Photon. A really good example right now is actually what I think is going on with the portals in VRChat. Have you ever seen a portal just disappear for no reason? Like, that person just walked through the portal, 2 people just walked through and it disappeared. What's going on there is it's updating sort of information about the world on the fly, and sometimes data it should have had when it spawned the portal it didn't have. So, for example, if a portal is spawned and a few players are nearby, what I think happens with portals, sometimes they go, I've just spawned this, but I just found out that person who was actually, I thought over there, was actually here because they move really quickly. So they were too close to the portal, so I'll just shut it down. What's actually happened is that person was running through the portal, and it's things like that. Because networking is quite kludgy, and sometimes things come out of order, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. So one thing you need to do with networking is make sure that this happens as little as possible. And the best way to do that is package things that should go together up in one thing. So don't do things like package a variable separately from the event that's related to the variable. Try and keep your contexts together. When you give somebody, say the word Among Us, give them the number of times to say it at the same time. It sounds obvious, but it's amazing how often this goes wrong. Here is roughly an example of how you use manual events, and actually continuous synced events as well, but I usually use manual, to do things. Let's take a look at this slide. There are 3 events, so things that automatically happen, which are driven back to your Udon behavior when stages in the serialization process happen. The first of these is we've just sent a request serialization, and we're going to go prepare to get that data and send it outwards. That's called pre-serialization. And it's really useful for some worlds. I don't generally tend to use it, but it's actually quite handy for certain things, like if you want to, say you want to make something happen, but you don't want to happen yet, but you know you want to update a bunch of data, on pre-serialization gives you the opportunity to get the data into your correct state before you serialize it. Post-serialization has suddenly got dramatically more interesting with the Udon networking update, because it has something called serialization result in it, which is mostly a result of BD bitching. And it's a really good bitch. We all should bitch to developers when we have problems, because basically BD went on the canny and basically made a very loud, angry noise about the fact there was no information at all about how well the network was coping. And I didn't want to say anything because I only sync like a kilobyte of data at a time. BD was synchronizing like 50 kilobytes of data and was like, I can't stop this from spamming people's network. Can you do anything? And even though BD is correct in that this isn't completely solved, this is at least an improvement. On post-serialization, it gives you something called a result. Serialization result back, same as in graph, you'll get this from the node, and you'll go, hey, is the result, did we serialize this successfully, or did was Mercury in retrograde? You know, did something bad happen to Photon? Like, did we, more seriously, did we flood the buffer of everything we can actually send, which is about 18 kilobytes total, about 4 or 5 kilobytes per item, I think. Did that work? If no, you can actually handle that and do something. Otherwise, just sort of, in this case, I'm marking this as dirty, quote unquote, so I can do stuff with it later. This is from Udon string events work. The final one is the most important. I've already shown it off. On deserialization. First 2 of these, and my little man, happy man smiling there shows, first 2 of these happen only for the owner of the object. They're the ones serializing. But they don't actually receive on deserialization, because why should they? They're serializing, not deserializing. Great gotcha. Fantastic gotcha. It'd be wonderful to have this just unified, so just have this as like one event which everyone fires, but it's not the way it's been written, and it's kind of technical debt at this point. On deserialization, which means everybody else, whenever they get it, late joiner, currently here, the network's been spotted, they just come back, that kind of thing, they'll get this data eventually. On deserialization, just do stuff with that data. That's the sort of way of eventing this properly. And I did mention before one really good habit to get into, and that is doing this. Request serialization and immediately calling handle serialization afterwards. Calling handle serialization afterwards to do stuff like, hey, I've just synced all this data, but pretend I'm someone who's receiving this data, action the data I've just received. So you have like a write and then a read. and everyone else does the read, but you do the write and then the read, actually works out really well and keeps your code kind of clean. So I'd really recommend doing this particular thing. So this means you're changing what the last thing was, which was the owner syncs and everyone else handles, to the owner syncs and handles. 9 times in 10 you want to do this. So here's another example of fun things you can do in Udon with the networking update. So we've got a clown. Clowns like honking. The clown wants to honk a horn at a specific location. So they want to make sure that everyone else in the instance, because the clown is very insistent, they can't just use a network event for this. It needs to be as fast as possible. It can't be delayed because somebody's spamming the network with the word Among Us 500 times. It has to happen immediately, as fast as possible. So the clown is going to use honk location to do this and sync a vector free. Everyone else in the instance, we're going to have them hear the honk at the right location as quickly as possible, because they're going to use on deserialization, go, oh, the vector free of this honk location has been updated from A to B. Well, there's been a change in it, so obviously that means we should then make the honk at this location, right? The problem is that the people who join later get that new data anyway, and they go from having no information about prior honks to all of the information about the last honk, even if the last honk was 4 hours ago. This obviously is not correct, and they'll just hear random shit happening around them. So one thing you need to worry about with manual sync is there's no way of stopping you receiving manual sync data for a few seconds after joining. You don't know if the data is what's referred to as stale or not. That is, remember there's always a context to data you're receiving. Data can be stale, data can be fresh, and sometimes you're okay with stale data because 20 minutes ago 5 people signed up to the game and they haven't left, so we still want to see those 5 people when we join the world. But if you hear something which is actually stale and you're using events to do this because it's faster, or you can send data with it, you have to have some way of stopping that flagging, and we can do that really interestingly in Udon networking update. We can use a function which has been mostly ignored till now called networking.get server time in milliseconds, and we can sync the amount of time, of, according to the relay server, what time is it currently in milliseconds. It's actually in seconds, but it's encoded as milliseconds, so the last 3 digits are always 0. It'd be really nice to have this fixed, but for now, you get it to a second resolution. Even though so it's basically get to the time in milliseconds, except not. It's great. I love it when we find weird stuff in the background, which probably no one's touched this code in like 5 years. It's great. So we're going to say, okay, activate time and do a trigger or whatever, and then request serialization. This is like firing. I think it's firing a gun, this. No, it's firing a honking noise in the world. And then for everybody else, they're going to go, hey, the server set, when I fired this on my end, or the other person's end, the server time was 5, right? 5 seconds. It's now 65 seconds, which is like a minute later. So we know this is stale, we can ignore it. This is actually a really good way of handling this. It's relatively stable. It's a good, quickly way of doing this. This is actually a really powerful function. I'll talk about it in a second, but this is an okay way of doing it, but thankfully during the Udon networking update, we actually got a really nice way of doing which is better, which is send custom event delayed seconds, which is one of the nice things I do think the VRChat devs are listening to about this, which is just a really useful little function. And what this does is it's going to go, and occasionally hilariously broken. Everyone knows what bug there was the other day about send custom event delayed. It was fantastic. I saw all the things being spawned. Well done, Varnian. Those Lakuza dolls probably should have crashed you. I don't know how they didn't. Send custom event delayed seconds, name of activate. Works just like sending an event or sending a network event, except you got this little number at the end. Hey, send it in 2 seconds. You do this with frames as well. I generally find seconds is more useful than frames personally, but each their own. We can say, okay, this doesn't mean start. So just like in Graph, same thing, you do a start node and go to send custom event delayed seconds. Okay, so first few seconds after we start the world, just ignore any updates we get. Just let it settle in the background. This isn't guaranteed, but it's actually a really nice, simple way of doing this. If you're doing events to kind of drive actioning things as quickly as possible using on deserialization, etc., you can sort of let things settle before going in. Is that guaranteed to work? No, because Photon may tell you to please understand, or you may have the Mercury in retrograde, so it may happen, but it's a pretty good system for this kind of thing, for non-essential work, right? And that's the great thing about this, ultimately. It's like, we're doing a manual thing to do kind of things which are really done with events, but because we want to kind of handle things in that ways, you can make it work like an event very well. What was the next slide? So, yes. This is something I wanted to talk about as a cool example of using get server time in milliseconds. So, who here has been to Sentinel's World Midnight Lounge? Hands up. Midnight Lounge. We were all there at this. It's Moonlight Lounge. Yes, Sentinel's really nice world with the jazz theme world. 1980. Who has joined 30 minutes into a running instance of Moonlight Realm with people already there? And who's here's gone, hey, I really like this song, and everyone else has gone, what song? It's desynced, I can't tell. I love that. I love the soundtrack in that particular map, but it's not synced. Table, at their talk yesterday, mentioned a really emotional moment that happened because of the accidental sync, because everyone joined about the same time. The music player was in about the same amount of time. So this is a really good example of a small amount of networking you do to get a really big impact. Make the music players in your world synced. So when people join the world, they're about a second desync between them, but if the beat drops at one point, the beat will drop at about the same point for everybody else. You can all go ooh at the same time. And I'm not an expert on Unity timeline and animations, but I'm pretty sure the same principle applies for those. So Lon, if you're watching, wherever you may be, or you may watch this, think about using something like this for your next time you're doing a giant concert and people have to hit a button to start it. This would actually possibly be really useful in timeline, but I'm not an expert there. What we're doing is using get server time in milliseconds to tell us, hey, we started something at something given time. That's a music player in this instance. And over here, we are going source.time, just convert it to a Uint64, and just get the server time milliseconds we locally have, and just get, hey, what time does this actually happen? And then just jump forward in the song until, hey, this started on this person's PC 30 seconds ago. That means let's start the music from here 30 seconds in. If I saw people doing this in Worlds, so music was synced, it would make me so happy, because it's so annoying to hear a song and no one else is hearing the same thing at the same time. Remember the very first slide of why I said networking is important? Social interaction. This is a great example of social interaction being used for everybody in the instance, and it will just work, and it's really easy, so please use it.
Prefab.
Second thing I want to talk about. Pickups. FaZe has already talked about pickups quite a lot, and I am still in awe that FaZe got their system working. I'm not about really advanced stuff. There's like a bit at the end I can talk about if you guys want, but pickups are, other than music players, I think pickups are such a common thing in Worlds. Everybody uses them. Rubik's talk yesterday. Pickups are really important. Please use them. So the thing about pickups is that, let's just say we want to have a gun which shoots people and can respawn. So we go, I don't know, let's just start off with a basic example. Let's make it so when you do pickup, use down on the pickup where you're holding it, it just calls a network event and it makes the thing go bang on everyone else's screens, right? And there's 5 bullets in the gun. Let's not sync the bullets at all. So as soon as you see it shoot 5 times, it will start clicking for you if you carry on holding down it. And as long as everybody was in the instance at the start, you know, generally speaking, it'll be fine. Except, of course, you know, the fun thing of someone else joins the instance 2 minutes late and suddenly they see they've got 3 bullets in the gun. You've actually shot 5 because they didn't see the first 2 bullets fire, and everything is terrible. Things are desynced. Your networking has fallen over. People do not have as much fun as they should do. So you go, well, that's obvious. I'll get the behavior that's governing the behaviors of the gun, and I'll just manually... Oh, I can't do that in Udon. A manually synced pickup... manually synced Udon behavior cannot live on the same object as a continuously synced pickup. We're using object sync or a continuously synced Udon behavior. You can only have one or the other on an object. So you go, oh god, this is impossible, what is going on? So what you start doing is this instead, and this is one of the things you have to get into the mind of using all the systems together. Sometimes you want to use manual sync, sometimes you want to use continuous sync by object sync and other methods, and sometimes you want to use both together, or all 3 together. In this case, you can just say, hey, let's have gun manual sync, which is a manually synced version of the gun prefab, or our gun, and just fire stuff in that, and have the 2 Udon behaviors cooperate to deliver the correct behavior to your user. And I think I've already mentioned this, so I might skip through this slide quite quickly, but remember to use teleport to rather than set position and rotation for synced objects. Because if you see horrid slow lerping, like this, it's crap. It's awful. Instead, what you want to do is you want to have the object move from here, and it's an instantly transmission over to the other side like this. So, so that's basically what's going on. You just start from here, you want to go to there, use teleport to, and that can actually be really done very simply. If you don't have to store the object sync in the world, you just get component and do it. Frank credits Orals for spotting that and getting that in, because he very nearly missed that, and I would cry if that extremely lame joke I've just made wouldn't go into the presentation. So, right, that's it. I've got 12 minutes left. I thought I'd have about 20, so fortunately, I didn't try and cram too much into this talk. I mean, I could have talked about these things. Look at this. Networking this is why people think it's complicated, because people start from this stuff. Look, I could talk about breaking networking. You're probably not going to blow up networking. Probably. I could talk about chairs, but nobody should talk about chairs. That prefab should be deleted. Just get rid of the code. It doesn't make any sense. Why is it when you set people to be from standing to seated, it works and it transfers them to one location to the other? When you go from seated to standing, it doesn't undo it. What? Why can you leave a chair and get someone stuck in the world? And, yes. So I ranted at the end of my last talk about like weird things in networking. If I do a talk next time about chairs and Udon, it means they fix chairs, and I think we all want chairs to be fixed. So put your cannies in about stupid chair bugs. Anyway. I'm going to say this is the start of the Q&A section. So if people want to move over to the Q&A point, ask questions. We've got 12 minutes, please do so. If we get through all the questions, I'm going to go, if somebody wants to know about any of these, go down there and just say, hey, talk about this topic, and I can go over it in like a minute or a minute and a half, okay? We got 11 minutes to go for questions. Rubik, go. Actually, PT, sorry, first. PT, go. Oh, is PT going or Rubik?
It is. Oh. Hi. Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Yes, this might be a really noob question. Okay, this might be a really noob question, but is the on serialization, is that like something that your computer's shooting across the network?
Yes, that's what serialization means. Serialization just means you're doing the virtual act of taking a look out the window, seeing sky is blue, writing sky is blue on a piece of paper, and then shipping it to somebody else. So they know the sky is blue in your location. That's all that means.
Okay. So,
it's just taking data which is arbitrary and putting it into ones and zeros.
Okay, cool. That's all I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Panda, you suggested earlier that when owners send pre-serialization, they also ask for handle serialization. Is there a cost to asking for handling serialization on the owner
handling
side?
serialization's an arbitrary piece of code that you might want to write. It just means that if you're writing when you write out send data to other people, don't write like your read code in like the same block of code and do sort of weird things for the owner. Have it so that the code that sits inside of I want to do something with this data I've got is the same for everybody, and have it as an event everybody calls. So basically you have it so write works in one way and read works in another, and once you've finished writing you do a read. Don't try and mush them together. And that means your code will stay nice and stable and clean. So handle serialization is the private function I use for this, but you can use like a public function, another Udon behavior, whatever you like for this. It's just terminology rather than a specific thing that Udon supports.
Follow-up question, is there a possibility that when you handle the serialization on yourself, get different results that other users, like the non-owners, would get?
Yeah, because you could actually have a situation where your serialization could fail. Remember, there's that failed flag and post-serialization. You could have a situation where the network is completely overloaded because you've used BD's image synchronization prefab, and maybe that's caused too much spam, or the Mercury's in retrograde and there's loads of spam in your world because there's a spammy prefab. There's always a chance that stuff will not match up, but you can minimize that via, say, having it on pre-serialization instead, or only firing the code if you successfully serialize. You should have on post-serialization, check to see if it successfully worked first, and then do a handle on your end, or just call your read code. Only run your read code if it's actually been dispatched correctly. That's not a guarantee. Nothing is guaranteed in network systems. It's the nature of distributed computing. Nothing is ever guaranteed. Stuff will always fail. And you've got to handle that in weird ways on your end. But it's the best chance we've got. It's a really good change, the result system. I really quite like it.
Does that mean that if the owner, in case they were to fail on their end, could it be also possible that they only were to fail on their end, and that remote users could potentially have a success in the serialization? So, like,
no.
Do you have to check yourself?
Serialization is a two-part process. You serialize and you deserialize. So if you have to write the letter and then send the letter, and then other people receive the letter. So if you fail to write the letter, people cannot receive the letter you haven't written. You haven't sent it to the postman yet. Yeah.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Phase.
So I've tried sending 50,000 network events at once. Are you sure that they're still unreliable after UNO?
I always say that if it isn't given on a piece of paper on the VRChat database, or the VRChat, it is not sent. There's such a thing as a guarantee. It's a networking thing. I have never been directly guaranteed that an event is at least once delivery. My understanding is it's always been at most once. And at that point, as a server engineer and a network engineer, I cannot tell you it's reliable, because if there's any scope for it to be dropped by a normally operating system, it is by definition not reliable. It may be dropped. It may not arrive at the destination. It probably does. In fact, it almost certainly does my testing as well, but I cannot say it definitely will do. If they want to update the documentation, say it's a guaranteed at least once delivery, then you'll shut people like me up who are being pedants about it. But you're quite right, I'm being a bit pedantic here. It probably will arrive.
Okay, you're fair. That's fair.
At least once, at most once delivery.
Exactly what?
Yeah.
From what I've seen.
Exactly once, yeah, but you can't guarantee that over the internet. It's just not possible. Table! We have 7 minutes left. Keep your questions quick.
Not a question. I understood it.
Yeah.
The talk was a success. If people understood it, the talk was a success. I'm really hopeful that people... like, I made a joke, like, if people watch this on YouTube in 6 months and get something out of it, that's successful. Quick shout-outs, by the way, while I've got this. 2 people. Vogan VR on YouTube. If this gets TLX talk, please add this to the description of the video. It'd be really nice. Vogan VR's YouTube channel is full of useful tutorials for Udon. It will have a bunch of networking stuff. I can really recommend the official VRChat documentation. It's dramatically better than it used to be. And it was already pretty alright for SDK2 stuff. They're doing videos now. Momo's put a lot of work into it. I know the devs are doing that really seriously now. Really good initiative. Really shout out. Official VRChat channel. The 2 videos on there. Hopefully there's more in the future. Vogan, 6 minutes.
Hello, yeah. So we don't have synced instantiation in SDK3, and object tools can only handle what you set it up to do to some extent. If
I have 6 minutes is a big one.
Yeah. Why does the Illuminati say we can't synced instantiate?
Because synced instantiation is very network intensive and is very and remember when I said about lack of guarantees? Instantiation is terrible and you should never do it in video games anyway. Instantiation is an incredibly good way of causing your system to either run out of memory, crash, and just shit out in various ways, as is destroy. Video games are written mostly in C++, where you do a bunch of instantiation destroying. Why do you people use this language? You're idiots. Use a better language. But anyway, sorry, rant. I'm a Go developer. I'm always in a rant about C++. I have to use it at work for Unreal. It's shit. But yeah, we can't use synced instantiation. What I can recommend is trying to use a pool of synced object pool objects. What I do currently is I'm using a synced pool of just generic Udon syncer work, which is syncing positions. Just using object pool, using an object pool, and then using inside of that VRC object sync, and then just have that. What we can actually do then is you have like 1,000 of those, and then just assign stuff from the pool whenever you want to instantiate somebody, and just assign that as a child, and then do some work to like swapping the child and parent around when stuff gets moved around between ownership. And that actually works astonishingly well. Please go check out my test world, VRC object. There's a test world on my avatar right now called 8 pool tables, praise Danley, whatever it's called. That has that system in. It's really effective. If anybody wants that code, I will happily send them to them just straight up, just fire it over to them. It will be on GitHub in a couple of weeks. Tech.
For those who don't know, what does Mercury in retrograde actually mean?
It's a reference to Mercury in retrograde is a euphemism for shit happens. You know how like we all thought that the world worked one way and then somebody sneezed in China, and then the world changed very differently. Mercury in retrograde is like astrology, right? You're always trying to read the stars when you're networking. You can never be quite guaranteed about stuff working, or if somebody slices a cable in the Atlantic or something weird, you can never be quite sure about things. You have to build in what's referred to as redundancy and like keep alive systems and stuff. Thankfully, video games often are not on the front end of this because you guys get to use fun libraries and I get to write them. But yeah, that's all that meant. It's just because shit happens on the network. Momo.
Yeah, I'm curious what you think about a signaling system that could theoretically be built into events, into synced variables, so that rather than having to check your own deltas on a variable, is my local version different than this new networked version? If there'd be a way for a variable to instead declare, hey, I know I'm a new version, and here's an actual
you're dirty,
flow out, etc.
That would be
your thoughts on that.
It would be very handy. It would save me a few lines of code. It wouldn't be incredibly useful, but it would be handy particularly for new players. For me, it's a case of I can very easily write that code myself and just store private variables. And I think there's value in having your write and read being separate variables anyway. So you're only mutating your old data until you want to serialize, you update your new data. Who here has CQRS? I'm going to quickly say that buzzword. That's my $10 word for the day. Shout out to Greg Young. But yeah, so it's useful definitely for new players, not for me, but definitely could be useful, I think. It depends how it would use. I'm sure I could think of a good use for it, personally. Thanks. I've got 2 minutes left, so
thank you for the talk. That was wonderful. I learned so much. You better all cheer at the end. How do you think the upcoming persistence features will change how we do networking?
I've got 2 minutes. How am I supposed to answer that in 2 minutes, Max?
I'm sorry!
Okay, I have said this before. There's a philosophical argument for saying that there's a very good argument saying Udon networking is the best thing to happen to Udon since it came out, and Udon was the best thing, one of the best things to happen to VRChat since VRChat came out. Persistence is the biggest and most important, incredibly important thing for VRChat. Period, because it goes from being a world about effervescent things that die when you leave and you don't look at them anymore to places that physically exist on a hard drive somewhere. And the philosophical advantages of that are so big, I could spend an entire talk coming up with cool ideas. But for now, I will make it. No, I've only got 2 minutes. I will just say a world which is an example of persistence and why it'd be important over the network. Being able to go into any instance of a copy of old school RuneScape's Lumbridge instance, chop down a tree, gain experience, and just be able to do that in any instance and get to level 99 woodcutting over like 55 instances, and be able to have like a woodcutting code when you go into the world. Very simple example. Incredibly important feature. I will do a talk on persistence when it comes out, I promise. Either the TLX immediately afterwards or the TLX that comes to afterwards. I will do a talk on persistence and how to use it. I swear, it's a hugely exciting system. I can't read your username, sorry. I know I've met you before.
Cyrix, thank you.
Cyrix.
Panda,
Cyrix.
excellent talk to begin with. Looking through this, I saw the last point you have there. Using string or bytes arrays to create event buffers.
That's an entire hour by itself again.
Oh my god, I want to know.
Am I allowed to stretch on my talk for a couple of minutes to say Udon string events was the first thing I wrote to get into prefabs via Udon chat. So I think it's fun to end on this topic. Phase is kind of already doing this, sending over serialized information using an event buffer, and that's actually what the pool table uses. It serialized things into a byte array. It used to. It doesn't do anymore because I got rid of that code because it was completely pointless. But it used to serialize things into a big string and send it over to the database to send events out. Event buffers and doing that kind of thing is what video games normally do. They do like they have like read heads of like events that have happened. Have they shipped this yet? Ship these ones. The next frame ship these ones and that kind of stuff. Really, really powerful. And basically, I'm going to write Udon string events 2 eventually to do this, which is going to be a really cool system, but that's a few weeks out. I've got a prototype of USC 2 in my code base right now, and I'm working on my Between Certain Stars system. Watch this space. I will have a prefab out for it at some point. I've got no minutes left, but I do want to get Shaggy in if I've got a bit of time. Shaggy, really quick question?
Yeah, we can do a quick question.
Yeah.
No question, I just want you to check your Twitter.
Oh no.
Oh, by the way, there was a terrible curse as a child. I got bitten by an arcade machine, so just 1 second.
Oh no.
Check my Twitter.
Arcade machine.
By a radioactive arcade machine.
Shaggy sent me something on Twitter. Let's just see what it is.
Also, thanks for calling down on my internet.
Oh, did he send you a Mogus?
Thank you, Shaggy.
I love this. I saw it.
So I guess that means I have to end this talk with the immortal, the immortal thing. Where is it? It's here. I'm gonna change avatar on stage. See how horrible this breaks. Just do this. Come in like this, and then just. We've got 5. Oh, guys, already on, Mogus. Mogus. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a wonderful evening. My name's FSP, and I hope you learn something about Udon networking.
Yeah, if you still have questions, you can probably just nerd snipe Panda somewhere.
Discord,
like at the event.
Panda #9528 at Fairly Sad Panda on Twitter. Spelt the same as my username. At me any time of day. Discord will be about 12-hour response. Twitter maybe a full day, but I will get back to you, I swear. All right.
Click stop talk before you run off.
Oh no!
Too late.
Jeez. Oh no.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Now I can dab.
Yeah, that was great, but we need to have a break, so 15 minutes and we'll come back with Centauri. So yeah, it's gonna be exciting. Udon AI.
As someone who's way too dumb to understand most of that,
Is Cyrix good
it
to
was
see you, by the
surprisingly
way?
comprehensive.
Yeah. By the way, how's the...
Hey everyone, we're going to be starting with the next talk. It's a lot more intense. So please get quiet and Centauri will talk about making AI in Udon, synced or otherwise. And yeah, I'm gonna give it up to you. So click start talk and we'll get going.
Udon. Heard of that. There we go. I think it's working. Yeah, it's working. Hello, I'm Centauri, and today I'm just going to be going over the basics of making AI in Udon Sharp. So we'll be learning things like, so first we'll be making just a small, simple AI that will be chasing the player around. Then we'll be making a dog, and Cyan, Fiona, I swear I didn't know about your dog world until after, but you'll notice there's a lot of similarities. I know. So we'll be learning how to do things like having the AI wander around, chase the player, guard things, play fetch, and then at the end we'll be taking that final AI that we made local and syncing it across the network for everyone, including join sync. Okay, and there we go. Okay, so as far as who am I to tell you about your AI? So I've been working inside and outside of VRChat for multiple years now, making worlds, and most of them have had AI in some way or another. So there's like my escort map, which was a shooter against AI, and then there's like Noir, which had a bunch of synced AIs in it. And what you'll need is SDK3, obviously, Udon Sharp. And then after the talk, I'll be releasing a Unity package onto the database for something called Simple AI, which will have a bunch of prefabs and stuff that you'll want and be able to use, and also an object for syncing. Nice. And hang on. No, that's right. Okay, basic terms to remember. The two main things we'll want to know for this will be the nav mesh, pathfinding, and the nav mesh agent. Because those are the three big things we're doing. So the nav mesh is something that you'll be baking onto your world, which is a 2D representation of where the AI can and cannot go. Pathfinding is the point between the AI and where its destination, that you'll be controlling that to figure out how the AI gets where it needs to go. And then the agent, think of that as like the heart of our AI. The controller is the brain, the actual nav mesh agent is the heart. The heart will be what will allow us to do things such as obstacle avoidance and just setting different speeds, acceleration, stuff like that. And I actually just talked about this before, but we'll be creating simple AI, and we'll be doing different states, how to sync it using UNO. And then I won't be teaching you what to do with the variables once you get into an animator, but I'll be showing you just how to get a few of the different parts of the AI into an animator as parameters. And this is what you won't learn. You will not learn how to make stuff in SDK2. You won't be doing it, and we won't be using Udon graph or Cyan triggers, and I won't be teaching more advanced AIs such as swarms of different or RTS style thing. I won't be doing any of that. And if you do want to learn those things, I am free to teach you how to do them, because I do know how to do them. It's just not, I'm just teaching the basics. And we'll be starting with the nav mesh. You need to know how to do this to be able to do literally anything else. All right, what is a nav mesh? A nav mesh is something that Unity handles that allows you to take the geometry of your world and make a 2D representation of it that the AI can move around on. So when making a nav mesh agent in an AI, you don't want to just use the generic geometry of your world, because that makes a lot of the complications super, it makes the calculation super complicated and stuff. And it's possible, but within the constraints of Udon, you usually don't want to do it. And yeah, and then there's a little picture of an example of what one looked like. And they're important because just all the things I just said there. You can set different limits on where AIs can go. So let's say you don't want an AI to be on a random roof or something. You just don't have that be a nav mesh agent, because without it, you'd have to do a bunch of actual calculations like, oh, hey, you don't want to go past this point, and you'd have to do a bunch of stuff for that. But with a nav mesh, you can just have it handle all that for you. All right, next we'll be going through nav mesh areas. Nav mesh areas, Unity allows 32 of them. They're very similar to layers, and they have different things. So there's like cost, things like that, and you can assign different parts of your world to different areas, and you can make areas have different AIs to control them because nav mesh agents have masks that you can use. Pathfinding cost. This is a more complicated way of doing it, which allows you to give different areas of the map different, let's say you have, like for the picture right there, the area in between the two sets of the stairs and the ramp has a higher cost than everything around it. So it will first try to find another path, and if it can't, then it'll go through that. Because nav mesh agents always try to find the lowest cost path to its destination. And now for the VRChat specific part of it. Currently, when uploading a build on the VRChat, cost is not uploaded with the build. So you have to assign it at runtime. This is super easy to do, and if you don't want to do it yourself, there's also a prefab in SimpleAI that does it for you. But you basically on start, you just have to go through all of them and manually assign the cost that you would set in the editor. It's not that hard to set up, but it's something that we needed to do. And here's a real-world example of cost. So let's say right here you have the player and you have the actual AI. Where's the pointer? Here's the pointer. Okay. So you're here and the AI is there. The AI is targeting the player. You want the AI to reach the player, but there is a river in the way. The river itself, you set the area of the river to have a cost of 4, and you have the area of the bridge as a cost of 1. First, it will try to go directly there, and it will detect that the cost is super high. So then it will do it again, and it will see that there's this bridge over here that has a cost of 1. So then it will go around over to the bridge and across. However, there is exceptions to this. Let's say that the player and the AI are like way over in the distance, and the bridge is super far away. The cost is just a multiplier of that specific area. So think of it as the normal distance of that area multiplied by the cost. So if the cost to go straight across is still less than, even with the multiplier, than it is to go across the bridge, then it'll go straight across. All right, nav mesh baking. With the nav mesh, you have to bake it in the editor. It's technically possible to generate during runtime, but it's not recommended. And yeah, hang on. So there's different variables with it. So your basics are the radius, height, slope, and max height. The radius is just the size of the AI, because AI agents always have they're a cylinder. And the radius will be the distance from the center. So when generating a nav mesh, it will take the edge of the nav mesh itself will be the center, but it will always be within the distance of the radius, so that the AI won't clip through things. Height is the same thing, but for height, if there's something in the way and it's underneath the height of the agent, no nav mesh will be generated. Slope is like a ramp. If the slope is above a certain angle, nothing will generate. And then step height is something for like stairs. So if it's above the angle, but it's within the step height, it will still generate a nav mesh between them. And then for the more advanced stuff, you just don't want to mess with these, but you can change the voxel size, because the generated nav mesh is a mesh, so you can make it denser or less dense. Minimum region area, that would be like, let's say you have a teeny little pillar, you don't really care to have a nav mesh on it, you can not have height mesh. As far as I'm aware, that is completely outdated and not used anymore, so we don't really need to care about that. And now for generated off-mesh links. This is something that is more advanced, but it is good to have. You can have drop height and jump distance. Drop height is like, let's say you have an AI on top of a wall and you want to have them be able to jump down onto the ground. You would use drop height to make it so that you can automatically generate off-mesh links. Because setting them up manually, it's possible. It is easy. It's just tedious. So this allows you to do it for you. And jump distance is just the maximum distance between two otherwise separated nav meshes that you can have it automatically generate a link between for the AI to cross. All right, so now we're going to be talking about the NavMesh agent itself, the heart of our AI. So the NavMesh agent script is something that's built into Unity that we can just do whatever with, and it just allows us to easily connect to our generated NavMesh. And it has a bunch of different area settings and stuff that you can change, which I'll go into each of them now. So we'll be starting with steering. For the steering, there is these 5 different variables. Speed, which is the maximum speed that the AI can go at any point. Angular speed, which is the maximum speed that it can rotate. Acceleration, which is the maximum just velocity that it can accelerate from stop to wherever it's going. And that is the units per second squared is the function for that. Stopping distance will be the distance from its destination that will stop, which this is good for things such as AI that you're wanting to follow the player. You don't want them to clip into the player by following directly to their position, so you can have a stopping distance of 2, which makes them stop right before the player. And then lastly, there is auto braking. Auto braking means that the AI will dynamically slow down before it reaches a point. It's good to have this if you want to go to a specific point. However, if you're doing something such as patrolling, you don't really want it to stop at every single waypoint in between. So you can turn off auto braking, and it will just automatically go through the point and continue on to its next one. That would be something you'd have to have some scripting back in for as well. And then there is obstacle avoidance, which this is specifically for dynamic objects. Because the NavMesh baking handles all static objects in geometry that will allow you to just move around static objects. However, there is also dynamic objects with things like the obstacle script, and this also handles for agents moving around each other. And these are the exact same settings right here as on the baked one. Usually you want to keep them the same as your baked NavMesh, or else it'd be a little weird. And then quality settings, I found it's usually fine to keep it on high, but the more AIs you have, the more CPU time, and if your CPU time is too high, you can turn down the quality. And if quality is set to none, then it just won't do obstacle avoidance around dynamic objects. And priority, this is the last one. Priority allows it to let's say you have 2 NavMesh agents, one with a priority of 25, another with a priority of 50. The one with 25 will go around the one with 50 as it's moving, because it just makes some AIs be more important than others. And then lastly, pathfinding. Auto traverse off-mesh links. That means they'll just automatically use the generated off-mesh links. You'd only really want to disable that if you're using custom animations or something to go between them. Auto repath, that allows you to, let's say that you have a destination that's all outside of the actual NavMesh. It will generate a partial path to the furthest point it can go. Then if you have that enabled, it will attempt to generate it again to try to keep on getting to that point. However, if you don't, it will reach that partial path and it will just stay there until you attempt to generate a new destination. And then lastly, area mask, that just connects back to our area system to specify which areas out of the 32 that you want it to be able to use. And let's go to the next one. All right. NavMesh obstacles. This is another script that Unity has. This is something you'd want to assign to all of your dynamic objects that are not agents. So let's say you have a crate or a barrel or something, and you want the AI to try to move around it. That would be what the NavMesh obstacle is for. And the shapes, it can be in a box or a capsule. And then for the more advanced stuff, there's something called carve. Carve allows the obstacle to actually cut into the static NavMesh and prevents it from going in it by completely removing the ability, temporarily removing that section of the NavMesh dynamically. And that is good for big obstacles such as let's say you have a room with a big wall that's slowly moving across it. You'd want to use carve, or maybe a tank moving through a row of infantry. And then you want to disable it if you have a constantly moving object, like a ball moving around. You'd want to disable it for that. Move threshold. would be the minimum distance from its resting position before it will no longer carve. Time to stationary is the time it waits once it's no longer moving before it sets itself to stationary. And carve only stationary means that it will just only carve when it's stationary, and if it's off, it will always carve. And if it's always carving, there is a performance hit to that. So you only want to do it if you absolutely need to. However, if you're not carving into the nav mesh, having a super cluttered scene can cause the AI to get super confused and get stuck. So you always want to keep that in mind. All right, now we're going to be making our first AI. And this is a very dapper boy. So let's go. Well, what we'll need. First, you'll want to have your geometry, of course, and your bake nav mesh. You'll want to have just an empty game object with your nav mesh agent and a new U# script. And there you go. Come on. There we go. All right, now we'll want to set up our variables. You'll want to make it so you're using UniEngine.ai, or else you won't be able to reference back to your nav mesh agent or any of your nav mesh paths or anything. And we'll want to set up some variables. You'll need to reference back to your agent, and then since we'll be targeting our player for this first AI, we'll just have a target player VRC API. And then in start, we'll just assign our variables. All right, now we're gonna make it target the player. This is super simple, and all we'll have to do is create an update loop, and then nav mesh agents have a function built into them called setDestination, and that you feed in a vector3 value, and then you're good to go. So, and right now we're having it have the target player's root position be set as a destination. So then every update, it will just set the destination. However, if you have a lot of AI constantly calculating new paths every update, it can get performance intensive. So usually, if you have a lot of them, you want to set on some sort of timer system or make it so it dynamically recalculates them based on where it is at the time. But for now, with a super small, simple AI, we can just have it be on update. All right, and then the last thing you want to do is you can just go back into your nav mesh script and just modify your settings. That's completely up to you. It's really just like if you want to change the speed or change the level of obstacle avoidance and stuff. And that's something that you just want to mess around and tune yourself. And that's it. And now you'll have the basic AI. Now for the fun thing. Doggo time! We're gonna make ourselves a doggo. And this will be local. We're not gonna sync it until after we finish making the local version. And to start, we will make it wander, because why not? All right. Starters, we want to do the exact same thing we did before, and we'll be using our AI we just made as a reference for every AI after it, by the way. So they'll keep on building on each other. So to start, we'll be adding these variables. We'll need our max wander distance, which will be the distance that it will go from its current position to a new position. The larger the distance, the more performance intensive that it is. So usually you want to keep it pretty low. And then the wander idle time, that will be the amount of time it will wait at its new position before it calculates another one. And then we'll just have a few internal checks that we'll need. All right, now to modify your existing code. We will be assigning new stuff and a few new things in start. We will be removing the destination from our update because we'll be redoing that with a bunch more stuff later. And then we'll be creating a new function. When you have a bunch of different things all setting the AI, it's better to keep it all in one place and then just having a set function with a vector3 that you can feed into it. And then inside of that, then we'll be having it set the destination. And that's just to keep the code clean. All right. Next, we need to calculate the position of the nav mesh. And this is to do this, we will first want to create our own function for it. Usually best to keep it all in separate functions because then it makes heaps clean. And for this, we will be using two things. We'll be using something called inside unit sphere and navmesh.samplePosition. The inside unit sphere will be used to calculate a point in 3D space around our AI. So, because what it does is it just takes a sphere of a certain size, which is by default is 1. So we need to feed in our max distance here. And then you'll just add your current AI position to it to make it be around the AI. And that will give us a random 3D point around our AI within a certain distance. And then next, we'll want to sample our position. And what sample position does is it takes our 3D point in space, which is right here, and then it takes a distance from that space, which will just be using the same thing that we fed before. And this is where it really can get intensive, because what happens is sample position first goes up and down within the distance. If it can't detect anything within that distance, it will then start going out to the distance. And if you have to do that, if it goes out, that is where it can get really, really performance intensive. So you usually want to keep that relatively low. And then lastly, you'll have your areas. For this, we're just having it set to all areas, but usually you want to feed in your specific agent's area mask so that it doesn't find a position on an area that you can't actually go to. And then it just outs it to this nav mesh hit, which is just the point on the nav mesh where it finds, and then you can return the position of that. And then now, there you go, now you have that. And then we'll need to finalize it all in an update loop. So first, we'll want to have a timer, which this could also be as a custom event delay time, but I forgot about that when I made this timer. And then it will, for this, we'll have it so when it's idle, it will wait at the idle position for the set amount of time. And then once the time is over, then it will reset variables and then start wandering, which the start wandering function is just something we quickly create to be able to call anywhere that's just like, oh, hey, you want it to wander now? Yeah, there you go. Now you can have it wander. And then the other thing is that we need to make sure to detect when it reaches this new position. And for this, we'll just have check the remaining distance. And if the remaining distance is less than 1 and it has already set a position, then it will reset itself and then it will begin its new thing. Because the set position is how you make it so this code doesn't run over and over and over. All right. And that's it. With that, your AI will now always just move around randomly. It will just, every time it reaches a new position, it will find a new position within your set distance and it'll just go around. All right, next we're going to re-implement what we did before. And this is pretty simple to do. What we'll want to do is first, we'll want to add a variable called current state. We'll just have it as an int, because if it's an int, we could just keep on adding it and every number above will just be a new state. And then we're in our update loop, we'll want to put our existing code into a switch statement. A switch statement will allow us to take our int variable and then have specific cases for each state, and it's one of the easiest ways to do it. And then we'll take our code, just copy it in here, and then what we can do in case 1 is we can just have our set AI destination, which is the function we set before, and then we just have that set to our target player's root position. And now, when you set that to 1, it will follow the player, and if you set it to 0, it will wander around. However, right now, the player has no control over it. So what we can do now is on our AI itself, we can put a little sphere collider on it. This has an interact, and inside the interact, we can have it reference back to our main controller and just swap between the states for us. And that's it. Now with that, your AI can just swap between them. You just go up to it, click it, and it swaps between them. Next, we're going to do jumping. And for this is where we're going to talk a lot more about off-mesh links, because that's what we'll be using for the jumping itself. All right, off-mesh links. Off-mesh links allow you to just get between different areas of a nav mesh that wouldn't normally be connected. So like on this, you can see that it can jump from here to this platform, to this platform, to this platform, this platform, and then over. And AIs would normally dynamically choose, since they're choosing the closest point, like let's say the player is right here, then it will choose to move here since that is the closest point on the nav mesh. And inside the nav mesh link, okay. So then for off mesh links, we have a start position, an end position, and which is 2 transforms, and then you'll have a cost override, which means that, like, let's say there is a long path around and then there's a little hop that you can do. The cost override connects back to the costs for the area masks to allow you to make it so that jumping is more expensive or less expensive than going in a different area. Bidirectional, that just means that, hey, if you want to go from one side to the other and back, you can do that, or otherwise it's a one-way thing. Activated, just toggle this activated state. Auto update positions is interesting. It kind of works. What it's supposed to do is every time the transform moves, it will recalculate if the nav mesh exists or not, and that could allow you to just have moving off mesh links that could go all around. But I've noticed when testing that it only works like 3/4 of the time. I don't know why, but that's something I need to test more. And then navigation area, that is essentially just the area that you can set it to a specific area that you would have for the other nav mesh areas. And that's good. All right, how does that apply to our doggo? So specifically for our dog, we will want to be able, like especially later on when we're playing fetch, you want the dog to be able to follow you to places around the map that it might not normally be able to get to. With off-mesh links, you can just have the dog go around in a specific area you can set for it, or you can have it jump through the air, do whatever. And that's it. Now our doggo can jump, because we don't really have to do anything on the dog side. All right, now we're going to add more states. This is just expanding on the basic states we have. Are we? Maybe, yeah, okay. All right, we'll be building off of the existing AI again, and to start, we'll want to modify our interact. Since we'll be having more than the 2 states, we'll want to have it cycle through them. So to do this, we'll want to have a maximum number of states, and usually you want to keep this to a specific set state. So like later on, we'll be doing fetching, we'll be doing guarding. Each of those have specific states for them, like guard agitated, fetching, actually where it's actually fetching a stick where you wouldn't want it to be able to override it. And that is, you'd want to put those at the end, and you could add that to this. And so then they wouldn't cycle through those, it would cycle through the others. First, make it stand still or sit or whatever you want to do where it's not doing anything. And this is super simple. You literally just add a new case and you have it don't do anything. Because when it's not doing anything, it will just go to its last known position and it'll just stay there. All right, next we'll be doing guarding. So guarding, we'll want to make it so that the AI will stay at a specific position, but if the AI moves past, if a player gets within a set radius, it will chase after the player for a certain amount of time before returning back to its previous position. To get started with this, we'll want to first create a detection sphere script that will be just the detection area. And then inside of that, we can just have it reference back to our controller, and then on a player enter trigger, we can just have it set its state to the 4, which in this case would be what we'll be adding as the guard agitated state. All right. Now there's a lot more we need to do. Now we'll be wanting to go back to our controller. And also for this, you can ignore all of these. Afterwards, I went back, and all of these can just be above the switch statement with set active equals 3. But right now they're in that for that code snippet. But we'll want to add a few variables. We'll want to add the actual trigger collider itself, the amount of time you want it to chase each player, the internal counter, because usually you don't want to override your existing counter that you already have, and then a vector 3 guard position, and so just where it will save for when it wants to guard. And then we'll add a few stuff to our start function to assign variables. And now inside of this, we have all of our existing ones, which is 0 through 2, and then we'll want to add 2 more. We'll want to add guard, and we'll want to add guard agitated. Because when it's just in guard, it's not chasing any players, so you just want to have it be setting its position and then just staying wherever it is. And then when it's guard agitated, it will stop setting its position, so therefore saving the last known position. And then it will start targeting the player and start a counter for the amount of time it will chase the player. And then once the timer's over, then it will just set the position back to guard and then set the state back to guard. And that's it. Now, whenever the player goes within a certain distance, the AI will chase it for a certain amount of time, and then when the whatever you want to do for that, whether kill the player or whatever, then it will just go back to its last known position. All right, next we're going to be making something a bit more complicated. We're going to make our doggo play fetch. And for this, the first thing we want to do is create our fetchable pickup. This will be a stick or a ball or whatever you want it to be that the dog will go fetch. And then so for this, we'll just be creating a simple pickup script with a Udon behavior, rigid body, and in this case, a box collider. All right, now we need to set up our variables in the pickup itself. For this, we'll want to create all of this. Actually, no, this is the controller. Okay, so this will be on the pickup. This will be on the controller. I don't know why that's messed up, but it is. Okay. Wait, hang on. No, I'm right. No, I'm wrong. Okay, this is all in the pickup. So from the pickup, the first thing you want to do is you want to get all of these variables. We're going to need all of them. You need to reference back to your controller, and you want the grab point. So like in this case, the grab point will be in the dog's mouth. This will be what we're setting its position to while the dog is carrying it. Then we'll want to have an internal check for if it's being fetched, and then we'll also want a minimum distance from the player for it to go. Because like, let's say you throw the actual bone or stick or whatever, and it lands right at your feet because you're using index controllers or you're bad at throwing. And then this makes it so that it won't try to grab it right at your feet just to try to bring it back to you. And then we'll have a bunch of check functions for what it's doing at the time, and then we'll just be referencing our agent and our target player, which for this case will be the local player. And then we'll be assigning the variables on start. We'll also want to have our on pickup, on drop functions to control what it's doing based on what the player is doing. So right now with this, if it's on pickup, we want the AI to automatically go into, hey, I'm going to fetch this stick. And then it will also reset some variables. So like, let's say you throw it and then you want to pick it back up, you want to reset the existing variables. And then on drop, we'll set it to is being thrown to begin the checks for all the different things, like if it's far enough away, if it's valid, all that stuff. All right. Now, we'll also want to create two more functions for picking up the pickup. So like this will be called when the dog actually gets to the pickup and wants to pick it up, and then resetting it, which will be calling if the actual throw is invalid. So like, let's say you're on the small nav mesh with the dog, you throw it way into the distance, it's not on the nav mesh, you can't even reach the pickup anymore. This will just make it so that the transform of the pickup itself will just be set to the player's right hand. And now we'll need to go back to the controller. For this, you can see right here, we'll be adding two more cases. We'll be adding the fetch wait, which is when the player has grabbed the pickup but not thrown it, and then 6, which is when the fetchable is actually out, so then it wants to set the destination to it. And the actual stuff in the controller, we're not going to be doing much there. Most of it's on the pickup itself. All right. Also I just realized in this, we'll also want to reference our fetchable. Every AI will only have one fetchable at the moment, at least. Okay. All right. Now we'll go back to our pickup script, and we need to add a update loop. There is a few things we need to check here. First, we need to check if it's being thrown at all, because if not, what's the point of doing anything? And then if it's being thrown, we have to first make sure that the has actually been thrown far enough from the player that it needs to go grab it. If that's true, then we will check if the rigid body itself is sleeping. This means that when you are throwing the pickup itself, the dog won't try chasing it, because when it's going through the air, we don't know if it's valid or not, and you don't want to chase after a thing and then find out it's valid, and then it'd be really weird to handle. So we would usually want to wait until it has landed, and once it has landed, it will go into a sleep state, and then we can actually have the dog chase after it. And now, the last thing we need to do before we have the dog actually chase after it is we need to make sure that it is a valid path. To do this, we'll be using the super helpful function that's part of NavMesh agents called Calculate Path. With Calculate Path, you can take a existing position from your agent, and then you can feed it in. So for this, like this, we are taking our agent and we are feeding in the position of our actual fetchable object, and then we are returning it into a navmesh path variable that we can use on our own later on. And once we do that, that's essentially like if you're setting destination, but without actually setting destination. Once we do that, we have something called navmesh path status. There's a few different things that it can return, but in this case, the only thing we care about is path complete. Because if it's complete, then the AI can reach it and we're good to go. Otherwise, we can just have the pickup reset and then have the dog go back to its following the player because they have a bone state. But if it is complete, then we will have it so it's no longer being thrown and it is being fetched. And then we will set the current state to 6, which in this case is to have it go track down the actual fetchable object. All right, now let's have the AI fetch it. For this, we have another really big if statement. And first, we need to check to make sure it's being fetched, and then this will be in the update loop. We'll have first it being checked if it's being fetched, and if it is, and we'll next need to check to make sure it's not being carried back. Because if we don't check that, when the AI reaches the fetchable and picks it up, it will detect that it is always really close to it, so it'll keep spamming this over and over and over. And next, we need to make sure it has stopped at its position, which this isn't entirely needed, but usually if you're getting the dog to pick it up, you want to make sure they're not running past it and picking it up as they go. And then lastly, you want to make sure that it is within a certain distance, or else it'll grab it immediately. So for this, we'll take the AI's position and the bone's position, or the fetchable position, and then we'll have it be less than or equal to the stopping distance plus 1. And we do the plus 1 to add a little bit of leeway. Because what can happen is the dog can get almost there, and then right when it gets there, something happens, and it can get in the way, or it's stopped too early or something. And that little bit of leeway is in most cases enough to detect that, hey, the dog's actually here, and let's pick it up, which will then call that function. All right, in that function, which was shown earlier, it sets is being carried back to true. So now that we have it's being carried back to true, and this is also in the update loop, we will first want to set the transform position rotation to our grab point so that the pickup actually goes into it. And then we'll want to set the current state back to 5, which means that it will just start chasing the player again. Even though we don't need a specific state for going back to the player, since all that state is tracking the player versus tracking the fetchable. And then inside of that, we'll now have another if statement to check when the actual AI is back at the player. So first we'll check to make sure that the agent has reached it with the velocity, magnitude, and the distance check, doing the same bit of leeway we need. And then this will make it so that it will go back to the player, and when it's within a certain distance of the player, it will drop it right here. Because if not, it will just keep chasing the player. So you can run around while it's carrying the bone back to you, and it will still not drop it because it's just constantly checking your current position. And then once it's there, it will reset the variables, set the current state to 1, and then the pickup will be pickupable again. And earlier on, it did show that we did have it set to false, because when the dog is carrying the pickup, it breaks if the person tries picking it up halfway through. And that's it. Now, locally, the dog, if you throw a bone or a ball or a stick or whatever, and it goes past a certain distance, the dog will chase it down and then bring it back to you. All right. Last for the local AI is we just need to feed it into the animator. And this is super simple. All we have to do, the 3 states we'll be putting in is the AI state, the is jumping, and the velocity. And I'm not going to be showing you how to do the standard assets, the 2D the vector 2 thing. That's complicated. I haven't even properly figured that out yet. So we'll just feed in the velocity, which is just the magnitude, or the magnitude of the velocity itself. And then for this, right at the beginning of our update loop in our controller, we'll literally just set the variables. And for this, we could just put in the agent state. We can get the agent.velocity at magnitude, because that is a variable that we have access to. And then the agent we also have access to is on off mesh link for the is jumping check. There we go. Our doggo is done. We have a Minecraft doggo. I would have had videos of it, but I ran out of time. Also in the Unity package, all of this stuff that I'm showing here will all have their own versions, and it will be a Minecraft doggo. All right. Now we're gonna sync it. This will be interesting. Thankfully, I have Panda's big brain to lean off of on this. All right, ownership. This was explained in Panda's talk, but essentially the owner is who controls all of the sync variables and stuff on an object, and they serialize data across the network. Other people deserialize it on their end, and then you get that's all the variables we need. And honestly, for this, that's really all we need to know, because syncing in terms of syncing, there will be some ownership swaps and some synced variables, but beyond that, we won't really be doing that much. For player tracking, I'll be including this as part of the prefab. I'm not teaching you how to use an object pool, but I've modified a version of the simple object pool from the database, and that is what we'll be using to track each player. And for that, essentially, the only reason we do this is when we are setting positions and tracking different players, we are able to assume that everyone has access to an array of player APIs of every person, and it is the same for every player. That's all we need. And you don't even need to use this. As long as your object pool has the same stuff for everyone, you're good to go. And now we need to first set all our variables, and this will be in our controller. And also this will be all based off of the local fetch AI we just did. And for this, we will need to sync these 4 values, and you could probably do it in less, but this is the easiest way to do it. So we'll need to sync our state, our current destination, because for everyone else, we want to sync our destination, but we don't really care about what the destination is. We just need the destination itself. So we have that, and then we need our velocity and our off-mesh link. And these two is mainly just to feed it into the animator. If you want to do your own thing, you don't really need to feed those at all. And then on start, we'll be modifying our variable assignments, because a lot of these things we only need if we're not the master. So right now, because we're using object sync, which we'll also put an object sync script on the AI itself, for everyone except the master, you don't want the agent to manually update its rotation and position. And for this, you will just set them to, for the rotation, if you're not the master, you want it to be false. If you are the master, you want it to be true. And then for everyone, you want the update position to be false. And I just realized I'm missing a code snippet. There's a function that you want to have called onAnimatorMove, and inside that you want the master to have there's something called agent.nextPosition, and you want to set the transform position to that of the AI. And it's not down here. Crap. Okay. And then we'll just set all of the other variables. There we go. All right. Modifying our code. We have the same issue here that we had before. I already mentioned how to fix it. Just put the detection trigger up there before it, and then you're good to go. But for almost all of these, we want to do is owner checks, because if they're not the owner, then you don't care for them to run literally any of this code, because for them, they're just watching the player. So, because the owner is doing all of the code, everyone else is just watching the end result. So you go through all of these, and this is the case for all of them except for guard. For guard specifically, just to save some data going across the network, we can just have everyone locally set their guard position, because you can do the same thing, put the owner check there, and then have the guard position be a sync vector 3. But there's not really any need, because in most cases the position is almost exactly the same anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And besides that, all of this code can stay exactly the same. Mostly. I'll get to that in a moment. And then we'll also want to modify our set destination function, because what we need to do now is, but we had created that current destination vector 3, and we need that to be synced across the network for everyone. So we need since the owner of the object's the only one calling this anyways, we can just have set destination equals that, and then set destination current destination there. And then inside the update loop right at the beginning next to these, we will want to modify the inputs to have those synced variables. Current state can stay the same. These two need to be changed. And then it will now assign the destination for everyone except the owner, because everyone now has the current destination synced, but we still need to make sure everyone knows, hey, it's going to this position, hey, it's going to that position, so on and so forth. So then you can set the AI destination to that. And if they are the owner, then you can just set the synced variables to what is needed, which then we can feed back into the animator. All right. Next, we're going to sync the toggle. And for this, we want to have, for this, we just need to have our, whoever interacts with it to become the owner of it. Because you can broadcast to the master and have the master handle everything, but that means for whoever's actually playing with the dog, it won't sync up as well. So usually you want the person who's actually playing with the dog to be the owner of it, to make sure that everything's running locally. To do this, we'll modify this to have a bool to see if there's changes, because you don't, in this, you'll want to have that, but I'll explain in a moment. But first, you want to check if they're already the owner, because if they're already the owner, you don't really need to set the owner again. And if it is, then you could just call this custom function, and this function right here is literally just the code that was in the interact before, but as its own thing. And then what we'll want to do is, if they are not the owner, we want to set the owner of both the toggle and the actual AI itself. Because if you own one but not the other, you'll be trying to assign variables and it just won't work, because you're not the owner, so you only read them, you don't write them. And for this, we'll have that set owner, but we won't be changing state, because then we want to wait until ownership has been transferred. And once ownership has been transferred, you'll have this bool right here, because you're the only one locally having it active. And if you have that active, then you will change the state, because this will fires for everyone, but you only want it to run for yourself. So then you'll change state, and then it resets the bool itself. All right, next we're going to sync the guarding. For this, we will have to, this is very repetitive, but relatively, But for this, we'll want to add the player pool to be able to reference back to all of our players. And inside the player pool, we have a variable that is just an array of every player's API. We go through it, and then if you check that, if you have, depending on if you, the person entering it, is that player within the list of players, it will send a custom network event to the owner, and then this is going to be the tedious part. What I'm doing is I'm concatenating the existing, the target player and a int, and that makes it so that we can do this. We can have a custom function for every player that you can do whatever you want for it, and even if you want to do things specific to a specific player, you can have that here. So you take this, this is an example, so like player 2, and then that's 1. You do that. For the example, I have 81. I swear I didn't write it manually. I did use code to make the code. But you just multiply it by the number of players, and then using that, this right here will call one of these. And then that will just set it will set the target player to the current player API. And that's why it needs to be the same for everyone, because if it's not the same for everyone, the player at the index 0 might not be the same for one person that it is for another person, and that could make there's being some desync between the different players. So like if you're guarding and you go in, and then the AI just starts randomly targeting someone else that's like 500 meters away. All right, that was all we had to do for that. Now that's synced. So now we need to sync our fetching. For this, we need to first modify our pickup. First, we want to take our isGrabbing bool and make it public, because we need to reference it back to in our main controller in a bit. We'll then want to go to our onPickup script and have them take the ownership of the agent itself when they pick up the bone. Because when they pick up the bone, they automatically take ownership of the bone itself, or fetchable, or whatever you want it to be. However, they don't take ownership of the agent, so we need to make sure that they have ownership of the agent, or else they can't assign variables to what we need it to be. And we'll set isGrabbing to true, all of that stuff, and then there's also a check to see if they're already the owner, because if they are, they don't need to do anything. And that will just set them to the state. And then in here, in the update loop, all we have to do is we just have to add a owner check at the beginning, because no one except the owner of the actual script itself needs to do anything. And then all of this other stuff right here is almost entirely the same. All right, synced fetching continued. So now we need to continue on, and this is the one little bit that's different. And there's two different ways to do this. The way I'm doing here is a network event with the set pickupable right here, which will then make it so that everyone either can pick it up or can't pick it up. But you can also, if you don't want to use a custom network event, you can also use a synced bool, and then have that be everyone locally run pickupable equals that bool, and that would also work. But this is just less network load than the other one, which is why I chose it, because the other one's continuous sync, because there's object sync on this throwable object. And then right here, same thing right here. When the AI picks it up, it will set not pickable, and then when it drops it, it says it to pickupable. All right, now we want to handle the last little thing right here, which is on ownership transferred, and then we also want to on drop set is grabbing to false. I forgot to show it before, so I had added it to this slide. For this, if we want to, only if it's grabbing, because this can fire if just someone leaves the instance, and we want to make sure the AI doesn't break when the owner of the actual dog itself leaves the instance, and we also want to kind of sync up with people joining. So we first make sure that it's grabbing, which is that variable that we had set, that we had done stuff with before. And if it's grabbing for that local player, then they will set the state to 5. Because this technically is only working for the person holding the fetchable object. However, because they're the owner, they can always be able to just set the current state. And we want to make sure it's on ownership transfer to make sure it all happens once ownership is secure. All right, now we need to go back to our controller and add another ownership transfer. And honestly, this almost entirely is just for late join sync support. So first, we'll want to do that variable, which is, this is why we had set it to public, because when it was private, we weren't able to actually access it from here. And first, we make sure that if they're not grabbing, then it will set to 0. So like, let's say someone leaves and they're not actually playing fetch, then hey, there we go, now it's there. And even if someone leaves and the person that leaves is playing fetch, when ownership is transferred, the person that is not playing fetch still doesn't have it shown as grabbing because they weren't the one holding the pickup, so then it still sets it to 0. So then no matter what, when the person controlling the AI leaves, it will reset to its wandering state. And right here, this is just the update rotation stuff for the on animator move that we had done before, and that just keeps it all up to date. Okay, and then lastly, we are going to do this wonderful thing I learned from Panda like yesterday, or actually no, it was like a few days ago, called flag discontinuity. This will make it so that we can, when the AI does specific things, we don't want it to do any lerping or any of that stuff, so then it just teleports to it. And then we just add these few things to the different areas, like this is in the update loop, but the is being carried back. And then in the reset pickup, we can also have it so it flags discontinuity when it teleports back. Here we go. And now it's synced. Also, I'm going to have a public world later with it all being in that world alongside the prefab. So if you want to play with it later, you can. All right, now the last thing we're going to talk about is the few limitations that I have noticed with the just different things we've been doing. This is like stuff in Unity, but we don't actually have access it into VRChat. And the biggest thing is agent types. I still want to see if I can get it working, but I haven't. And this allows different things such as radius, height, stuff like that for different things. Like, so you have humanoid, for this example, we have human, spiders, giants, and wisps. You want them to be able to have different heights and different settings for different parts of different nav meshes. And you can't, because that doesn't upload at all, and it's annoying. And last thing, this is actually something I learned about while making this talk, is inside Unity's documentation, they have something called nav mesh building components. The best comparison I can make it to is standard assets. They made their own thing to make their nav meshes actually be a lot better and able to do a lot more with them than we have, but we can't use it in VRChat, and it's annoying. But with that, we can do super fancy things like generating nav meshes during runtime. We can have off-mesh links with like big 2D planes. It's cool, but we can't do it. There we go. That should be everything, probably. Hopefully. Got any questions?
Yes.
Woo. Yay. Nice.
Good job.
All right.
First question, if you don't mind, can you try and re-explain quickly what carving does, the carve option in the...
Yes, hang on, I have notes for that. I just didn't read them. Okay, so... Actually, let me find the notes. Mesh obstacles. There it is. All right. So, carving... And actually, I could probably... Actually, that's like 60 slides back. Never mind. But, okay, so carving in relation to nav-mesh obstacles. So what carving is it allows a dynamic object that you're moving around to actually cut into the existing nav mesh. So think of how you have a static, like let's say you have a big flat plane and you have a static cube in the center and you see it around that. With an obstacle set to carving, you can make that cube dynamic and it will still cut out the nav mesh. So like let's say you have this this long hallway, and in the middle of the hallway you have it's like all built like boarded up or something, and you want stuff to eventually go through it. So a good example is like Call of Duty zombie walls. Like when you're boarding up windows, you don't want them to go through it right there. So like each board would be an obstacle and it's set to carving. But as soon as it moves, it is no longer carving into that specific area, so it reverts back to its uncarved state.
I see.
Is that a good enough installation? I can go into it more if need be. Okay.
I guess I'm not sure what the difference between an obstacle that exists by default as an object that has the obstacle component and one that has carving.
So when it doesn't have carving, it doesn't cut into it. So it's possible. So the nav mesh is technically still there. It's just it is directly around it. The big thing with this is that when there's a bunch of them, AIs will the path will still, like let's say you have two boxes right next to each other. There's a teeny little sliver in between them. It will detect that teeny little sliver if they're not carving, and it will try to go through there, and it will just get stuck. When it's carving, it just adds a big barrier around it that prevents it from having stuff like that. So it's really good for big cluttered environments.
Okay. Second question I have is that you mentioned off-mesh links, but I was wondering if the method you would use to get off-mesh links that tie into an animator, for example, let's say you wanted to have an AI agent that jumps in between off-mesh links, would you also use the same method as the guarding that basically has a collider trigger that ties into a parameter to make, have a jump animation in between off-mesh links?
I mean, the off-mesh links isn't tied to any specific state, so they would be their own thing. You mean like if they were like going towards you and then they like jump onto you?
No. You had an example where you had only very like tiny squares of nav mesh, nav mesh onto big spots, I guess, and the nav mesh agent would have to jump onto those spaces.
Mm-hmm.
How would you make the nav mesh agent understand that there's a jump and make that nav mesh agent trigger a jump animation in the animator?
Okay, so that's the part of the feeding into the animator. We can, in this, actually, that lined up really well. In this, we can actually detect we can do two things. In this, I only showed you the off-mesh link. You can detect both the off-mesh link and the distance that it's on the nav mesh link. And using that, you can do different things like setting, like, hey, it's moving around, or hey, it's at this height, let's make it go to a certain position based on where it is. Because by default, nav mesh links are just a starting point, and point will go directly between them. So with animations, you actually will have to, based on its position on that, change the height in the animation itself, which that's super complicated, so I didn't go through it in this. And honestly, I haven't messed around with it enough to figure out exactly how to do it, but yeah.
Fair enough, thank you.
Okay. I have a question. I have actually two questions. One with the you say waypoints. As far as like guards controls going between waypoints, would you mostly use like empty game objects in their transforms,
for a waypoint, or is there
Yes.
something more optimal?
In an AI, the destination is just a vector 3. So if you want to have a patrol route going around like in a circle, then you could just have in the actual check itself be like, hey, if it's less than this distance from its destination, because there's a variable called remaining distance, you can just have it automatically cycle through to the next one. And if you have the auto stopping thing turned off, auto braking, it'll just immediately go on through it to the next one.
Okay, and this next question, I know this talk went over just one AI and one doggo, but let's say you have even like 4 AIs or even 5, and all there's events that happens when they meet up. They detect that. Would you set like the instance owner as owner, like the master as owner? Is that like something you would have to set up before?
You can, it depends on if when they're synced, if they're owned by different players. Usually you do kind of want to keep them as the same object, as the same owner, just to make sure everything's working. They do have built-in collision avoidance that would work for everyone synced, but for the most part, it would be good to have it set to owner. Or are you talking local?
Yeah, I'm talking about like all the they're synced. But let's say you have some villagers, and occasionally when 2 villagers meet up, they'll stop and mingle and talk a bit, or maybe interact a bit before they break off. That would be synced by the master, right?
It could be synced by the master or any specific person. As long as both AIs are owned by the same person, you can do everything locally. But if they're handled, and it is technically possible to have them be different owners, but that would just be overcomplicating it for yourself, and it really wouldn't be a need to, when you could just do a quick ownership swap.
Okay, thanks.
Hey Centauri, thanks for the talk, Professor. I have a question about, let's say I have enemies who can shoot at me, but the enemies are in a different area. Like, I want the enemies to get into position to shoot me. In the context of VRChat, do we have facilities to do this using this?
I mean, are you talking things like barricades that they would stand behind, something like that?
Yeah, and not necessarily try to reach me. Like, get me the best position you can to shoot at me, for instance.
There's a few different ways to do that. By that point, there would be a good way to choose priority points would be to differentiate them using something like a special area mask specifically for them. But for something like that, you would have to dynamically raycast towards the player or choose a specific position. It's possible. It's just something that would be complicated stuff, because rather than chasing the player, you would have to detect it's wanting to target a player, and then you could find the closest using the area mask. You could find the closest point to them that is in that mask and have it target that instead, using the calculate position thing that I showed before. There's lots of different ways to do it. But it's definitely something that would be extremely complicated to do.
All right, thank you.
Okay, is that it? Okay, let me boost my weights. Okay, so yeah, I guess that's it. And thanks, Centauri, for a great talk. And I think it will be the most useful as a tutorial for people to just watch later as well on the YouTube when they need to implement it. So yeah, it would be great.
Yeah, let's make sure to do it with audio, so they can hear my fixes for the little things that I missed.
for sure.
I have a full prefab for it that has the fixes, so it'll be fine.
Awesome. Yeah, we have a large break now, so the next talk is at 5:45 Pacific. So yeah, we're just gonna rest and I think get Centauri again.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Nice presentation.
Let's go.
Okay, do I have to do anything specific or am I good?
Is it there?
Hell yeah.
No, you
Nice doggo you got there.
Okay.
It's a cute doggo.
See, I told you.
He was like, yeah, I can do that. I can play a role. I can play a part. And he's super Indian. And just played and it just blew my mind.
And the thing is, I did add a few extra edge loops on cases where you could see the segments too easily on silhouettes. So that's like an edge loop here and there just to get the curvature a bit more. But yeah. And then I also have to UV it, have to rig it, have to skin it.
This is him letting go of that.
What would you say? Like, if I make the hair straight, would it be better to have just square UVs and then, like, because the effects are all square, they automatically taper the hair? Or would it be better to just unwrap the UVs and then have to taper each and every hair lock individually?
Why did you run away from the lazy one in the middle?
I was charging
the lazy way, that's what I did.
It's like those gamers where you have the XX
for the chat.
Just say the something.
That's what I was fearing. Spell without a space. Spell with a space. You're talking about the
same time. No idea.
Okay, we're going to be gathering up again for the next talk. So please,
during
summertime, gather back in your seats. Shaggy, where you at? Okay, you can get on the stage. I have everything running. And yeah, Shaggy will talk about procedural texturing, Blender nodes, and all that cool stuff. So yeah, just take it away. Click start talk and we'll get going.
He might have respawned.
Hi everybody. Wonderful. So today I'm going to be talking to you about node-based shading. Apparently I'm quite knowledgeable on it because I've been doing it for a couple years now. And first, let me just give you a little bit about myself. Let's see. So who am I? Well, I go by the username Shaggy Mummy pretty much everywhere online. If you find somebody by the name Shaggy Mummy, most likely it's me or somebody pretending to be me. Right there's my Discord tag as well, my email address, and I also run a multimedia production company with my brother called 3 Ribbon Studios. Other stuff I do is I primarily come from a video production background, so I do a lot of live bands and other stuff. So for instance, Wesley and the Crushers, those guys look kind of familiar. Hello, yeah, my avatar is based off of these guys right here. Check out their videos, pretty much every video on their YouTube channel I've made, as well as the Blue Stage. That's a local music venue that I do video production for. In addition to that, I've also made several VRChat maps. Infinite Highways, probably notably the best one that I've made, or at least the most popular, thanks to it being featured on the VRChat Hub. And then the Virtual Studio Udon is a lighting studio that I've been making for the past 2 years. Let's see. Other things I've been doing, I recently made a tutorial using my Kintsugi Simple shader, which is actually up for sale on Booth. If you scan that QR code, that'll take you to the Booth page, and the tutorial there is linked, and I'll be going over a rough overview of the texture baking section of that tutorial later on. So, node-based shading. First, let's go over some pros and cons. That's all right. Pros to node-based shading is you can basically seamlessly texture any 3D model, whether it's a photoscan or a 3D sculpt. It doesn't particularly require good UVs. You can just unwrap the UVs using the automatic unwrap, and as long as you don't have anything overlapping or you know what you're doing, you can bake anything to these models. And if you do it procedurally, you can effectively have infinite resolution. You don't actually need textures because you can do it all with procedural noise. And you can actually use these node-based systems to enhance existing textures. On a couple different projects, I did some basic terrain shaders where I did other there were tiling textures, and I was able to use I believe it's a node group put out by Andrew Price on Polygon, and it's free. And what it does is it skews the UV coordinates of the textures and allows you to cover a large area with 1K texture, and it doesn't even look like it repeats. It's really great. And then the other thing is you can do dynamic effects. You can have animated, for instance, one of the examples I have is a laser going through fog. And it's kind of faking volumetrics because, of course, you can't actually do volumetrics. Cons to procedural shading is it's render intensive. If you have a lot of math operations, a lot of procedural noise, it will bog down and take a lot longer to render each frame. Of course, if you're doing animations or motion graphics, you're not running at 90 frames a second, only like 24 at most, up to 60. And the other con is not all node-based shading systems are the same. I'm most familiar with Blender, but I've also tried learning Amplify. It's a lot of stuff translates, but also a lot of stuff doesn't. For one, the noise generators in Blender are a lot more refined. You have a lot more control over each parameter, and I think they're more optimized as well, so they can actually run at closer to real-time speeds. And Unreal also has a node-based shading system. I've never used it, but it looks really cool. And as to anything worth learning, there's a learning curve. It's not going to be easy picking it up right off the bat. There's a lot to it, and if you don't stay organized, it can become confusing and very disorganized. So, concepts and principles to node-based shading. So firstly, we have our texture coordinates, and these are what actually tell all the procedural noise where it starts. You have several different versions of it, and it's all in one node, and each one has a different output. So we have our generated coordinates by default. This is what Blender sets up in its node-based system, and this is kind of a combination between generated UVs and world space. So it will stick with the object if you move the object around, but for the most part, it's the default for a reason. Next up, we have normal. Actually, I gotta up my resolution. Can barely read that. There we go. So next we have normal, and this just sort of lets you see the normal faces of the actual model itself. Next up, we have UV, and this will actually show what the UV coordinates that you have of your unwrapped UVs. Another thing to note is you'll see the object dropper right here on all of these, and what you can do with this is you can actually have this linked to an empty or another object itself, and then the generated coordinates will follow that. They will originate at the origin of that object. Next up, we have object coordinates itself. So this will have the coordinates always generate at the origin of that specific object, or it will override if you put an object in here. We have camera. This is basically screen space, but in addition to that, we also have window. The main difference is that where you have a camera in the scene, it will be screen space based on that. And I think technically this one's a vector 3, but this one's 2-dimensional, so it's a vector 2. And that's the main difference. A window, any sort of viewer window of your 3D view in Blender will have this used as its coordinates, whereas camera is strictly for cameras. And then we have reflection. So reflection is used if you want to fake reflection maps, and you just have a procedural noise that you can do a bunch of operations to and have fake lighting in your shader. Oops, let's go back. Next up, concepts. Procedural noise. I've said it about 15 times so far in the talk. This is sort of your building blocks of actually creating textures from scratch. We have various patterns and noise. So we have your basic noise. You can't really see a whole lot, but you can boost the contrast and get a lot of definition out of this. And you have all these different controls. Another thing to note is that these patterns, some of them are 2-dimensional, some of them are 3-dimensional. You can even have 4-dimensional. 4-dimensional basically means you have a seed value that you can control and you can have it animate over time. So we have a regular noise. We then have Voronoi, which is my personal favorite. If you want to do like a cell fracture or like dried up dirt or scales, that kind of stuff, it's really useful for that. And then we have Musgrave. This one's sort of a more clamped down version of noise. As you can see, it's a lot higher in contrast, and I think there's less data in the darker spots. The other thing to note is that these all produce black and white textures, so that basically 0 equals black, 1 equals white, and it's just a range in between. However, some of them will also produce color. So for instance, you'll notice the yellow output on each of these nodes, and this one even has a purple output, which means it gives vector data. So you can use all of this in basically any way you want. Moving on, so then we have the brick texture. Brick texture is one of those that is actually two-dimensional, and there's an example I show later on where I have to have bricks on multiple walls, and so I create a mask using, I believe, the normal vertex data in order to segment off the ones that are facing north-south and the ones that are facing east-west. That way I can make it 3D. Then we have checker texture. This one probably is the easiest to see how it's 3D, where normally a checkerboard you would see on a two-dimensional plane, and it's just squares. But because we have on this head, you can see it goes in the Z depth, and you get these weird diagonal lines, and that's where you can actually see it producing the difference of color based on its depth. And then we have magic texture. I don't use this one a whole lot. I probably should. It looks nice. Haven't really used it. Take a quick drink of water. Alrighty, math. There's a lot of math in this stuff. I don't know a lot of the math, but I know some of these are useful. I use add, subtract, multiply. Occasionally I use greater than, less than, power. And then there's all this other crap that I'm just like, okay, if you know how to use it, that's great. I don't, so I don't. Another side rant is in Blender, it's one node. If you want to do a math operation, you put in a math node, and then you can choose from the drop down and you pick your operation. In Amplify, there's one node per operation. I hate it. Okay, more nodes. We got data nodes and normal nodes. I kind of put these together because they're also very useful. So first up, we have our geometry, and this just gives us various data points about whatever mesh that we're reading from. Position is quite useful. Normal, that's actually the same normal that you're going to get from your texture coordinates. We have tangent, true normal, incoming. The one I use the most, honestly, is backfacing. So, for instance, in the viewport, you can actually turn on backface culling for just the preview mode. But if you want to have backface culling in your actual shader, you can get a black or white value based on the normals of whether the face is front face or back face. That's quite useful. We then have layer weight. I use this all the time if I want to make something look edge lit. It gives you Fresnel, and it just it gives you a gradient from white to black, whether or not the face is facing you or not. Bevel, this one actually looks at the geometry and allows you to create a faked bevel on your mesh without actually having to add geometry. It just writes it to the normal data. Ambient occlusion. We all pretty much know what ambient occlusion is. It adds shading to areas that are near each other and allows you to fake lighting. And then we move on to bump and displacement. These two are almost identical. The only main difference is that if you are using cycles, which is Blender's ray tracing engine, you have to enable a certain setting, and then it will actually displace the geometry of the mesh. Not particularly useful for VRChat or Unity, but it's a thing that it does, but it only works in cycles. Otherwise, it works completely functionally identical to bump, which I use more than I do normal, because normal needs to have a specific texture type in order to have the data be usable. Whereas a bump map is just black or white values, is higher or lower. That's all it's really doing. So because a lot of the noise generators produce black to white values, I primarily use bump. Normal's there if you're working with existing textures. For instance, if you have terrain textures, you would have your bump, normal, roughness, whatever. That's when you'd use that. And then we move on to the actual shader nodes. So these are what you would be able to plug in your textures to normally in order to just produce whatever textures. I'm going to go over the principled volume real quick. The way Blender and Eevee specifically handles volume, I love it. Basically what it does is it creates a bunch of planes in front of the camera or your viewport and then samples whatever your noise is at each plane. You up the samples, it adds more planes. I say planes because it's not actually creating geometry, but that's effectively how it's rendering it. It's actually really nice. It's pretty performant for Blender, and I really wish we had something similar in Unity. We have emission. Again, Eevee is a much closer representation to what Unity's render pipeline is, and Cycles is more to what you'd get if you were baking lights. So if you want emission to actually emit light, you would need to be in Cycles in order to actually have it affect things around it. Otherwise, there's Bloom in Eevee, and it'll kind of have bloom, you know. Transparent, this is what you would use to mix with the back facing in order to make something one-sided, or you could potentially mix it with other things to make it slightly transparent. Diffuse, before we had principled BSDF, we had to use diffuse, glossy, and glass in order to make up our materials, and then we'd use various mix shaders in order to control how much of each we were getting. Glossy is basically diffuse, but it's shinier. And then glass, which has index of refraction and roughness. And then we have the big boy, principled BSDF. This is the one that does it all. But we only primarily use 4 of the inputs. We use base color, metallic, roughness, and normal. Occasionally I use emission, but if I need emission, honestly, I'll use emission. Even more nodes. There's a lot of them. This one is a mapping node. Usually, if you have Node Wrangler installed and you use the shortcut to add mapping, it will just pop one of these in along with your texture coordinates, and this allows you to just do some basic vector math and move things around, or scale things, or rotate things. I use that all the time. Color ramp. This is another one that's really important because it allows you to take your black and white values and clamp them down, or even remap them entirely, and you can move them around however you want, or you can add color. You can take a black and white value and then take each grayscale point and turn it into a color, which I do later on, and I'll show you how that works. I have layer weight again. I really like this one. Mix shader. I was talking about this one earlier. This is where you put in a black or white value, and it acts as a mask to lerp, basically lerp between each one. That's the one thing. In Amplify, it's lerp. In Blender, it's mix shader or mix RGB. It's really annoying. That's how I learned lerp. And then we have mix RGB. This one I use a lot more because it works with color rather than shaders. Something else to note about Blender is the way it handles data is it doesn't have to be the exact data it wants. It's going to try to interpret the data however you plug it in. It's going to try to interpret it as best as it can. It's kind of data ambiguous. And if you plug in color to avert something that's expecting a vector or normal data, it will try to do its best, but sometimes certain things don't work. But overall, I really like how it handles data. The mix RGB, we have all these different sort of operations. These are like your different Photoshop layer filters. Bunch of them are useful. I have a couple that I use all the time. And we have, all these are like different color filters that you can do independently as well. Hue, saturation, value, gamma, brightness, and then you can invert. I use this one a lot because occasionally I have a black and white value and I need a white and black value, so I just have to flip the entire thing. Okay, so let's actually get to some examples. So here we have, this looks all cool, but it's actually a single triangle. Here's the video. And so what I have here is I have the noise origin actually parented to an empty. That way, when I rotate the triangle, it looks like it's panning through static fog. So let's break it down. So of course I have my texture coordinates and my mapping node, and then I just have a noise generator. You notice it is set to 4-dimensional, and I have the W value animated. That's what that yellow means. It means it has a keyframe and it animates over time. And then I just change the parameters a bit till I get it where I like, and then I use a color ramp to clamp down on a specific spot. Next up, I generate a gradient texture, and I take 2 different clamps on it using the color ramp, and then I use the wireframe data, and I invert that and use that to mix the 2. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that's not right. Anyway, I use that to influence the 2, so we get a brighter line on the outside and a dimmer line on the other part. Then I take that noise data that we had before and use that to mix with the transparent, and then I just mix a whole bunch more with some emission. You can see I have the strength cranked up to 250. That way we get that really nice bloom on the edges. And so that's the entire shader all in one. So this is a really simple one, but I like using it as an example because it's very pretty. Next example. This is Slaughterhouse 2, and I did a texturing pass for Panda a couple months ago. And I'm going to go into how I did the brick wall textures. So, get a good look at it, because that's all you're going to see. Nope, that's all right. We're going to actually dissect it. So, what I was talking about before is I took the normal data, and basically I was able to isolate the north-south and east-west facing parts of the walls. And then I have two different brick textures that I am then using that to mix between. And the only difference is that one of them is rotated 90 degrees so that it goes this way and the other way. That's the only real thing I did there. Then I use I use a color ramp to basically sort of randomize the grayscale. And then I use this is actually a mix RGB set to color. And then I just have that plugged in, and then I just put another color there and just kind of give it all a tan color. Let's see what I do then. Right, so that's the other thing. You have access to vertex data. So vertex colors, the nice thing was the entire map already had color data with it in the vertex colors. So I was able to take that and make slightly different hue and saturation values and then mix that together based on, a Musgrave texture. So I generated more noise and then used that to have slightly different shaded areas. So you can see it's like slightly darker in certain spots. I then take that same noise texture and I clamp down a little bit further, and I use this for the roughness so that we get slightly glossier, slightly rougher areas, make it look like there's wetness or water damage. Now I broke this one down into 3 different steps. So we take the texture, the original noise, we clamp down on it, and that we use for a bump map, and you see we go sort of a middle gray and then a white and then straight to black, and what that gives us is a slight ramp up. So when we put that into our bump map, it's going to make it appear to be higher on the surface, and then it goes down, so it looks kind of like it's chipped plaster with brick underneath. And then I clamp down that even further to get a mask that we're then going to use to mix between the two textures. So now here, I'm mixing the two textures. I take that brick texture that we generated along with the vertex color with slight amounts of variation thanks to the noise. Mix all that together. There's a lot going on here, but you get the idea. When I first made this, I had no intention of showing it off, so I had to move a bunch of stuff around. And then the other thing about bump maps is nice is you can chain them together because each one outputs normal data. So you'd be able to plug one into the next and into the next and into the next and basically go indefinitely. It's really useful. So basically I have different black and white values coming in and we get our normal data. So you can see it kind of ramps up and then we got bricks underneath. Okay, and then everything plugs into the big chungus of principled BSDF. So we have base color, roughness, and normal. I don't have metallic because it's a brick wall, there's no metal. So there's that again. And now let's get on to the baking textures part. So once again, I have the tutorial. I think I cover it a lot better here. So if you're interested, check that out. Also, the shader is for sale. So if you want to buy that and reverse engineer it, go ahead. I actually sold my first copy of that just the other day. I'm super happy. So firstly, if you want to bake textures, I highly recommend installing Node Wrangler. If you want to do anything with nodes in Blender, get Node Wrangler. Step 1. You go to your add-ons. Step 2, you search Node Wrangler, you check that, and you save your settings. So one other note is texture maps in Blender. Blender has 4 primary maps that it uses. We have our color albedo, our metalness, our roughness, and our normal. What most of you might realize is that Unity is a little bit different. Unity wants 3 maps. They have our color albedo, our metalness with roughness alpha, and then our normal. So just keep that in mind. So to actually bake your textures, these are the kind of things you want to set up. Firstly, you want to have a texture node in your scene with a texture created. You just click new, you choose your resolution, bada bing, bada boom, give the name. Next, the only way to bake textures in Blender is to be in cycles. And if you are playing VRChat, I hope you have a good graphics card. So switch to graphics card, GPU compute. The other thing is there's a long-standing bug in Blender that if you do not set your samples higher than the default 64, that's the 64 is optimized for CPU rendering. Switch it to 1024 or higher if you want. But your texture bakes will come out a lot faster. And then lastly, there's two different bake types that we're going to be using. The primary one is emission, and we're just going to use Node Wrangler to preview each of the maps and then bake those. And then the other one is normal. So firstly, we're going to preview. The shortcut in Node Wrangler for that is Control, Shift, and left mouse button, and that will preview the node that you have clicked on. Then you want to select the actual texture node, and it will be highlighted in white. I actually didn't do that for this screenshot. You can see that this one's highlighted in white, but you actually want to select that one. And then once you're ready, you hit bake, and it will do a bunch of processing. There'll be a little blue bar down at the bottom. Once it's done, you can save the texture, and you can move on to the next one. Rinse and repeat. We're going to do rough or metalness and make sure it's the active node. Click bake. Once again for roughness. Preview, select the node, bake. Oh, of course, save the texture each time. So, normal maps are the odd one out. Normal maps are the one where you actually need to have the full shader connected to the output in order to bake them properly. So, just reconnect that back to the main output. You're going to switch from emission back to normal, and then you select the node again and hit bake. Normals usually take quite a bit, but once they're done, you can actually preview the texture just by doing the same Control-Shift-Click, and it will add a preview node. They should be this sort of weird purplish blue color. That means it's baked properly. If you see like really strong yellows or reds, something went wrong, start Googling. All right, so now we have our 4 texture maps. We have color albedo, metalness, roughness, and normal. But if you remember, Unity only wants 3 texture maps. So what do? Well, firstly, we have a roughness map, but we need a smoothness map. So how do we do that? Well, the nice thing is, roughness and smoothness, they're literal opposites, so all you got to do is flip the entire texture. What I mean by flip it is invert the values. Take all the white values, make them black, make all the black values white. There's a bunch of functions to do that in Photoshop, Blender, not Blender. Actually, yeah, Blender, GIMP. The tutorial I have shows how to do it in GIMP. So first you invert it, and then you combine it with the metalness map. This is an oversimplification. If you really want to know, go follow the tutorial. You don't even have to buy the shader, just go follow the tutorial. And actually, that is the entirety of my talk. So if you're really interested in learning more about Blender and procedural shaders, these are a bunch of channels that I follow. They all have really good tutorials. Ducky3D does a lot of cool stuff with motion graphics. CG Matter is a pretty funny guy. Ian Huber, I'm sure all of you have seen his stuff on Twitter. He's a madman. Polyford is a really good one, CG Cookie. And of course, the OG Andrew Price, Blender Guru. So, thank you, TLX. That is my time. And now we can open it up for questions.
Yeah, we have a couple minutes for questions, so if anybody has any questions, please.
Hey, Shaggy.
Hello.
Do you have any suggestions for baking emission maps? Because I've had to do it before, and it's a painstaking process. And I was...
Yes. So, in some of the other baking options, there are combination sorts of...
Yeah.
There's other baking passes that you can do. I don't have much experience with doing them, but I think for Infinite Highway, it was before I learned how to bake lights in Unity, so I actually did it. Unity bake. So it is.
No. You're back. He's back.
Did I cut at any other point in this talk?
Nope.
No. Cool. Yeah. Anyway, yes, it is possible. If you're really interested, I can probably make a little video, or I can hop into voice chat and help you work that out.
I've done it. It's just I was wondering if there was a better way, because I feel like I've got it.
Gotcha. It's one of those things that's really funky. It's definitely possible. I can probably work out a pretty simple way of doing it with like 2 clicks. But without having Blender in front of me. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely possible. I've done it in the past though.
Okay. Second point, not a question, more of a suggestion for anyone watching. Zizi, as part of his shaders, has a texture packer or merger tool, and that is extremely useful because it does what you suggested at the end of getting the roughness, smoothness, and metalness mask into alpha channel. And so with the tool, you can do that within Unity, and that saves so much time. So highly recommend.
I didn't know about that. I'm gonna start using that myself.
Great talk.
Awesome. Anybody else? Awesome.
Well, there is a question in YouTube chat.
Oh, sure.
Like, I don't know. I'm not sure about the answer, but if you know, like, is there a way to like automatically bake like a GIF? Like you would render a sequence? Like, could you render?
Yes, you can do image sequences. You can probably the best way to do that. I'm assuming they want an entire. Actually, you know what? Thinking about it, yes, it is possible. You would have to create the shader and then apply that same shader to just a square plane, and then you'd have to do an orthographic camera from the top and then render that as an image sequence. And then you'd probably combine that as a GIF. It's a little bit of a jank workaround, but it is doable. Because you'd basically have your UV unwrap of the model, and then you'd apply that from the UV coordinates within the node editor to the plane, and that would...
Oh yeah, so you would use just UVs of a different object, but you will strap it
on a plane,
on the actual plane,
and you just render the entire plane. Yeah, that would probably be the best way to do it.
Okay. Thanks.
Cool. Alrighty.
Okay.
One more question.
I've got 16 minutes left. My God, I told you I could do it in a half hour. Yeah, what's up?
There's a circle
Join on the circle.
Yeah, come sit in the circle, please.
Please come sit in the circle to ask a question. Over here.
Nope, no, right over there.
Come to me.
Your voice comes through the stream that way.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I joined a little late because of instance issues, but I'm just curious what you think the best shader is for exporting kind of like bakes from Blender to Unity, because I do a lot of baking in Blender. It's what I do for my job. I'm a 3D modeler by trade, like outside of VRChat. And every time that I just try to import things into standard or even into Poiomi sometimes, like I just find that there's like some discrepancies between how they show up in Cycles and Eevee and how they show up in Unity.
So unfortunately, that's just the kind of issue you're going to run into between different rendering engines. Not all of them are going to do the exact same. Ideally, they should, but unfortunately, there's just slight differences between each one and how even shaders themselves and how each one handles it. The best thing I can do is if you're baking, try to get as much data in that bake, like for instance, normals. Those are one of the trickiest things to bake. You want to make sure that when you're actually saving the image, you have as much data there as possible. But then, of course, you're going to crunch that down in Unity and do whatever else. Discrepancies between shaders and render engines, that's just how it goes. Sorry. I don't know much,
it's cool.
much about Unity shading system.
That's the answer I expected, which is fine. Thanks for your time.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Sweet. I just plowed through that.
Yeah, like your like rehearsal was definitely longer, but
the rehearsal was longer.
So
yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I guess we'll see if we can start the next talk a bit earlier, if Corny will be ready. But otherwise, 15-minute break as expected, and we'll see.
Sweet.
Am I ready? Yeah, I mean, sure, whatnot. But I feel like I could use this 15-minute break to figure out how that is not working for me.
Or else is going to teach you.
Oh.
TLX Extra.
It's the TED Talk X.
Damn, Corny, how come you get 2 X's on stage?
Don't make that kind of joke. Jeez, man.
Okay, if everyone's ready. Yeah, he's really nervous, so let's just give him the best. The best chance. Anyways, Corny is gonna talk about colors. So yeah, take it away, click start, and just go.
And sweaty.
Oh wow, there's me on the screen. Holy shit, this is awesome. All right.
We didn't do one
What's
thing.
up?
We didn't do one thing. I'm really sorry. Come with me for a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can get kidnapped.
Yeah. Click that button and spread your arms in T-pose. Just like and spread your arms as soon as
Just
you
relax, Corny. It'll be over soon.
Oh yeah, like that.
Yeah, that's it. You can go back to the thing.
Glove. Okay, sweet,
We're all
sweet.
in our underwear, because we are.
So yeah, if you were insulted by the title of this, don't worry. I think that was instant karma. So anyways.
I can color
This is
I'm not a fun person.
So this is a different approach to colors. The whole point of this talk is to be able to help people come up with their own approach to colors. It's very important that we discover colors in our own way rather than colors in the way we are taught to, because everybody has their own unique story that they want to get out. Everybody's experienced life very differently, and I hope that one day, like if you choose to do colors, that this might be able to help you tell your story. But normally when I put together a speech, I try to sound as smart as possible, so the audience can assume that their time isn't wasted. But given everybody here today, whew. All right, just trust that I'm not a potato at this point, okay? Okay, so if you've ever asked yourself, how does this person come up with their colors? How did they do a good job? And then they answer you with like the most generic response of just like, oh, well, I don't know. I just kind of put colors on the pages. That's very frustrating. A lot of us will just feel like they're lost. They've gone nowhere. We don't know how to interpret that because, well, the truth is, not knowing is kind of the answer. The reason I say this is because, let's see. Art and color is the heart, not the mind. In fact, like there's a quote by some famous artist that I'm just going to paraphrase right now. Pretend that there was a really smart person that said this. But he said and I will remember this to my death, he said that the less he's thinking when he's drawing, the better his art becomes. Now, let's see, because what you have is unique to the world. Some of you might be thinking like, no, like literally everything's already being invented. I'm here to tell you the good news. No, that's not true, because the fact that we've invented electric cars that the average human being can buy with the wages, and Julius Caesar did not come up with this stuff, we can be rest assured that we can still continue developing and still discover new colors and new things. And with every new addition to our discoveries, with every new addition to our findings, we are changing the way we interpret colors and the way we can find colors. So if you don't think that you're unique, if you don't think that so on, and you think that you're just like everybody else, you're very unique. Trust me on this one. Just trust me, guys. So let's talk about our feelings, all right? We love talking about our feelings. Normally when I'm talking with people, they will always tell me like, you have to do it this way, or you have to do it this way, or so on and so forth. No, you have to do it the way your feelings tell you. But now a lot of people that I've talked with, a lot of people that I've dealt with have all told me like, oh, well, art is the golden ratio. If you don't do the golden ratio, your art is bad. Or the Fibonacci sequence, for those of you who don't know what the Fibonacci sequence, it is an addition of 1 + 1 to and then 2 plus 1 to 3, and then 3 plus 2 to 5. So you take the solution of the original addition, and then you add it to the previous number that was before it. And then you just create this like whole line of sequence of numbers that is supposedly creating a perfect ratio. And the problem with this is that it sort of pins down what art is supposed to be, and that kind of takes away the certain creativity that we have. So did I just scroll up? Oops. Okay, so now we also have that one professor that's always going to tell us like, paint with passion. I hate that professor. I hate him so much. He doesn't tell me anything. He just says, go with your feelings. Please don't. You definitely do want to go with your feelings, but passion is too broad of a term. So I'll translate it for the engineers in the background. Passion is just a stronger form of the current feeling that we are feeling. So if you're angry, then you might not be as loud. Now, if you're me, you're passionate about being angry, you're probably yelling really loud. Everybody in the room can tell, and a lot of us are very thankful for being able to turn specific users down 50%. Now, colors are the language of feelings. So anytime that we have like, anytime we are feeling something, there is a phenomenon that links those colors with whatever we're feeling. Science can't really prove why we feel these ways. They can give you reasons, they can give you explanations, but in the end, we don't really know why colors make us feel a specific way. Like just watch any Bob Ross video, and he'll tell you he simply puts trees down and colors down because they felt lonely. So it's a it's great. You should watch Bob Ross sometime. If I can scroll down. So let me tell you why you should ignore math and science for the most part. That's not the right slide. Let's go this one. So this is the Marquette face. How many of you guys, by show of hands, like how many of you guys have seen this face before?
The face is up.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so great, this is wonderful. This face, I hate this fucking face. I hate it so much. The reason is that like, this doesn't look like an attractive face to me. I can't really relate to this face. Now, mathematically, it said that if your proportions line up with this face, then yeah, then you're going to be really beautiful and whatnot. The unfortunate part of this is that I've seen like ugly people who are getting married before me, and clearly their husband or wife finds them a lot more attractive than me. So like, they definitely don't follow the rule of thumb here. So now if science or math is right, then the most attractive person in the world will have this face. Fortunately, nobody looks like this. So let me show you what happens when you change faces to match the perfect face. This is a form of the Marquette face. There is actually several forms, but let's watch the video. It's got really terrible music, so I hope everyone can deal with that. Next slide is, oh, there it is.
Oh yeah, there you go.
So here's Megan Fox, where this person is moving their faces to fit within the perfect boundaries of the rule of thumb. I love this because you could look at this, you think it's going to turn out great. Oh boy, you guys are in for a treat. Handsome Squidward looks much better than this, trust me. So, okay, you can see that she's getting the jawline, moving the hairline down to get more youthful.
Oh no.
There's Megan Fox. There it is when she's perfect. Why? She had a good face before. What happened?
Not bad.
Now we've got Billie Eilish. She's ugly, right? Because clearly we need to fix some things. We need to fix this thing says you need to, man. You gotta trust science and math here. So again, fixing the eyebrows because apparently they're too high. Moving the eyes gonna be inwards because they're apparently too far apart. Moving the nose down. Perfect. Look at that. You guys ready for your dream girlfriend? This is gonna be great. All right, check. All right, see, and then you have that one, which is just like, yeah, it's very uncomfortable to see. Just wait till we get to James Charles, everybody. You ladies should enjoy this one.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Here we go. Moving the eyes in once again. Apparently too far apart. Nose down. Having small, cute noses, not the way to go. Lips. Everyone loves those plumpy lips. I hope sarcasm translates here.
It does not.
All right. And here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Let's see it. I don't know. Oh, okay. What's going on here? Yeah. So it's almost like the ugly one is after, believe it or not. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop there because I want to make sure that there's enough time to talk about.
Don't click stop talk.
He stopped.
No. Just pause the slide.
Oh, did it crash?
Good talk.
Oh no. Oh dear.
Corny
died.
Did it crash?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Corny, come back.
Pray for Corny. This is what he gets for making fun of Billie Eilish.
Yeah, he died. He died.
No.
Rip.
Nice.
Well, I'm glad we have that 10-minute buffer.
Oh no.
The NSA got him.
Okay, I demand that Corny do the face thing to his own face next.
Yes.
talk. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Please don't do that sound when he's mic boosted.
He's still not mic boosted.
So I need.
There we go.
I need to.
Yeah, he's good.
Everyone can hear me. Everyone good?
Yeah. It's not boosted.
Okay. All right. That's great. That's great. So when I crashed there, I got a little extra built-up anxiety. So I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Okay. Now that that's over with, let's begin.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta wait for. Oh. Wait. Patient. Oh. Yes. Woo! Here we go. All right. Where's the? Okay. Okay. So.
I've seen that. Whoa, Callous.
Everybody's familiar with this.
Yes.
I'll come back to this in a second.
It's a bagel.
Where's my?
I've seen those.
Pick up my slide or my notes because I need to remember what I was gonna say. There is so. Thank you everybody for being patient. By the way, this has been a very fun experience. I hope to muted me one time. Okay, cool. Okay. So, basically, about that video, long story short, if math is what makes you be called beautiful, then be glad that you're not beautiful. So, the other thing, math isn't for everybody, so let's keep it that way. I personally would like to keep it that way. So another thing that scientists try to stick their nose in is shapes. There was a huge argument over the most aesthetically pleasing shape. Long story short, it was believed that if you had a rectangle with a certain distance across the top and a certain distance across the height, on the height, then most people would love this rectangle. They would see it and they would be like, that's a good looking rectangle. The problem with this is that this is confirmation bias. Like, I don't know who decided that this was the right thing to do. Devlin, the writer and professor at a college to the myth that won't go away. He has an ongoing study with his classmates in which shapes is the most attractive shape in the world. He took several rectangles of various shapes and sizes and shows them to his class. The results are completely random. Apparently, there was never a clear winner in which shape looked the best, and they were asked several times as well, and they seemed to choose at random. Like, they were asked several times, they would pick a different shape. I don't know if this is them being confusing or them wanting to get out of class sooner. Another study done at the Haas School of Business at Berkeley found that consumers, so the question is like, what's the most attractive angle? And the angles with 1.614 is supposed to be the most attractive. And while consumers prefer the angles between the ratios of 1.14 or 1.414 and 1.732, the golden ratio of 1.618 or 14 just didn't seem to be a clear winner either. So while it's within those ranges, it doesn't seem to be a clear winner once again. Another important fact is that to all these mathematicians and scientists that try to dictate how art and color should be done, is how many of these artists or how many of these mathematicians and artists aren't mathematicians and scientists aren't artists. All of them will try to tell you why it looks good. None of them will be able to do what they're saying. And leave it up to whatever their belief is. Leonardo da Vinci is questionably the only mathematician and scientist you could say did know how to do art, but was never quoted, never once found to be using the golden ratio himself, other than a coincidence in the last dinner with Jesus and his disciples. And it wasn't even like the main focus. It was just something in the background. So let's hope their scientists never get their hands on the color wheel. There's some weird shit going on. I thought I had it in the slide. But I guess not. So who determines... the reason why I want to bring this up is because I'm going to show you this color wheel is not something that dictates what looks good. However, it is a tool that you can use to help create aesthetically pleasing color palettes. The number one thing you should realize is that this is one color wheel. There is several different kinds of color wheels. I'm just going to stick with the most basic form. There's RGB, which is another form of this. RYB, which is the standard for subtractive color theory. There's a color triangle, which ignores the circle, which means that if you go outside the circle, you're being wrong. There's a color square, which is the hue cube, which just makes things a little bit more confusing. We're just going to stick with this one for now, since the color wheel is the most widely used form of color theory. So who determines what looks good? This is such a hard question. Nobody really can say what looks good, what is the best looking color, what is best looking color pattern. You could say that the professor at CalArts knows what looks good. You could say that people who study colors for a very long time say what's good looks good. And you can hope that I, giving this presentation, might be able to tell you what looks good. But in the end, not one single person can tell you what looks better than the other, because it's a matter of translation from a language and its meaning. Colors that were invented in the 60s, the color palettes that were used in the 60s, they didn't look good in the 80s. The 80s is what looks good in the 21st century for some reason. And what looked good in the 1910s is not necessarily what may look good in the future. Things are constantly changing. We will always find a better question for what is right or what is needed for the particular project that we are doing. The secret to good colors is not to ask what is wanted, what we want to put down on paper. It's to ask that painting what is needed for it. And the reason why we do that is because when we only do what we want and not what the painting needs, is our color palette starts to resemble our diets on lockdown. And while we were able to eat anything that we wanted to, we probably should get a blood screening check for diabetes on account of all of the tubs of ice cream we went through. It's really not a good healthy habit. So what do I mean by what is needed versus what is wanted versus what we scientists say should be the color? When I say what is needed, the question is not asking like, oh, what does science think it needs? You ask the painting itself, because the painting will often tell you like what is not standing out enough. What message do you want to bring to the painting or our color palettes or anything else of the like? Because we're trying to get a message across, not be the prettiest girl ball, specifically for color palettes. Color harmonies are probably the easiest way to do that. They basically assign literally everything. All of the colors work hand in hand. They help us understand that what works with other colors, what doesn't work with colors, what can work with colors, what probably shouldn't work with colors. Color harmonies are always shifting their roles. Some are playing the support role to lift other colors to the front, and some are playing the the dominant role, where it is the major hierarchy color that shifts our eyes through the rest of the painting or the color palette, so that we can experience a nice train ride with our eyes being led through the painting, so we can better see the message or the what we're trying to say with a specific color palette. If you want advanced colors, colors that control our feelings, check out Mark Rothko. Go to an art museum. You'll probably be impressed there. But today I'm going to do just some nice and simple stuff. And now we'll finally start talking about colors. So, let's see. The first we have on the slide is analogous colors. Analogous colors, if I had to give them a definition or assign them a feeling, analogous colors are stuff, I would call them union colors. If you look at all of the colors up on top right here, you have those three arrows. They're pointing to the three major color groups that you would use to get colors put together. But basically, analogous colors are there to represent that everybody's going hand in hand. People are nice to each other. Good things are coming together. Look as how these colors are basically right next to each other. They're all hugging. All of these colors are hugging. So if you want a harmonious and in perfect union kind of color to represent that everything's okay, you can do that. If you want to shift the hues or shift the values and bring the colors all the way down to dark, it's like bad things getting together, and they're conspiratorial. They're getting together and they're being like, ooh, what are we gonna start the mischief and whatnot. Blues are adventurous colors, so if you put all of those together, think of the ocean. It always was something that we never understand. Still to this day, we haven't gone to the very bottom. They're colors of adventure. So think of it like a group of people getting together, getting ready to go on an adventure. That's how I would define union colors. Next, we have contrasting colors. Contrasting colors are colors that are basically on the opposite ends of the wheel. That's just as complicated as they get. So contrast colors are competitive colors. They're not necessarily trying to compete for which one's better than the other, but they're colors that are trying to have a fight, like a playful fight. So if you wanted to show that like one team was facing the other team, it's best represented like with orange versus blue. And maybe it's a little bit more exciting because now you have like a nice battle throughout your designs painting to see which one comes out on top. Now we have triadic colors. Triadic colors are my favorite kind right now. Triadic colors are basically groups. If I were to describe them as people, they're groups of people coming from different ends of the earth and meeting together to either have fun, talk about stuff, or so on and so forth. So it's the meeting of several different parties from different areas, from different studies, coming together to share with what they have, or share with the audience what they have. You'll notice that if you look at my outfit, it's technically triadic color theory. I've done this specifically because I wanted some adventure, I wanted some excitement, and I wanted some high energy levels to be represented through this color palette. Now, colors are actually more assigned specifically to, how should I say it? They're more how we've experienced them. So while I've said that this color might be adventurous, exciting, and fun, it may be different for people. Like all of these colors, that's the cool thing about color languages. It's like you can say there, but there could mean three different things, like it does in the English language. Rip people try to learn English. So you might be excited about the colors of Del de Muerto. I hope I said that right. And this the thing I love about these colors is that these are a lot of exciting and bright and fun colors, but they're trying to remember the dead. So to them, these colors probably mean more spiritual importance rather than more exciting and adventurous. Or maybe I don't know. Maybe I learned tomorrow. Or you might be from the far north, where snow was your entire culture, and you might find this beautiful, more beautiful than the other paintings. So as you can see here, this one's using a nice simple palette. I would say it's using complementary colors. So the cool thing about this is, like, you might think that white here is the color. There's some blacks in here, and then you've got some orange backgrounds. But it's actually technically complementary colors, because white is never pure white. White is always a tint of blue, and in order to give that little reflecting of the sun sort of feel, or reflecting of the sky to get a little bit more blues. And you'll see that as it goes into the shadows here, you have a lot more blues. You can see that the walls are painted with some blues, maybe a little bit of green here to give it a little bit more texture, but the dominating color here is actually blue. Also, white isn't a color. Then you have the orange in the background, which this is a shade of yellow and orange in the background on the houses. Then you have the bright orange chimneys, which brings out the foreground here. So if we really wanted to go on an adventure with our eyes, we would probably start here, make our way like, ooh, wow, ooh, little cabin door. Oh, there's a person. Oh, hey, now we're home. Nice. So it separates, these colors help separate the background from the foreground. And that is one way that you can use contrasting colors, is that you have the background, so different levels of depth, and you kind of experience the painting in your own way. Maybe your eyes are very ADHD, and you're like, oh, wow, maybe I want to go over here, huh? Woo, up the tree, down the tree, woo, up this tree, down the tree, woo, oh, that's cool. And so on and so forth. So we can actually go on an adventure with our eyes through colors. Now, let me show you some bad paintings. I have to show them as an example because I did a little bit of color correcting through these paintings to show what we can do to fix bad color palettes. So the problem with this painting is that we've got a lot of competing colors here. The blue is trying to be the most vibrant. The purple is trying to be the most vibrant. The orange is trying to be the most vibrant. None of these colors are really working with each other. And if you go back to your color wheel, you'll really find that only two of these colors really go together. I don't know what the fuck the green is doing over here. Like, it's doing its own little party. Same with the island. I guess it's having a good time on its own. So here is if we color shift it. This was the quick color shifting. We can see that everything works a little bit more together now. So even though this is dark, we read this as like a tree still. We read this as mountain. The purple is reflecting the sky a little bit more. So this is a more literal approach to getting a proper sunset. And now we have our main focus here, which is the orange sun. And then it reflects a little bit onto the water so that we can still get a little bit of dynamic use of our colors here. So this would probably be more contrasting colors. Now, it's not a direct contrast, as this is a purple and orange. If you really wanted the right contrast to this, it would actually be blue. But that's the cool thing, is that it's got a little bit of color shift down so that it helps make the rest of this painting sense. I have another example where we'll be a little bit more crazy with the colors. So I'll show you. Here, again, we're having a similar problem, whereas like they wanted a cool sunset, they wanted an ocean, they wanted some green, and they wanted bright colors. None of this works because, well, you have the bright orange, the bright red, which is not necessarily a contrasting color to the blue here, and you've got like a bright green. all of these colors are competing with each other. This house is having another little party by itself. It's really dark, doesn't make sense with the rest of the palette. And, well, I mean, it's not really... You could say that it's not wrong, but I don't think it's trying to say what it's trying to say. But let's say I'm trying to say something with this painting, and I'm going to use triadic colors here. Now here, we have a little bit more of an abstract use of this paint, where the laser pointing up, here it is. So here we have a lot more abstract use of colors here. This is triadic color theory, using on the RGB color wheel. We can see that we've got bright yellow, blues, and purples. Theoretically, none of this makes sense, but we can still get a little bit of more aesthetically pleasing sort of form. It's a lot more abstract, so you don't encounter it as like a sunset. Maybe this is like supposed to feel a little bit more joyous, maybe a bit more mysterious. You have yellow in the background here, which is active color, so high energy. You've got blue over here, which is adventure, and then you've got mystery here. Like, ooh, purple. Everybody loves purple. Now let's talk a little bit more on why I use the triadic colors. Basically the so what kind of thing. So we have, why does this matter? I don't know, what did my notes? It basically just helps us be able to translate what we're trying to tell our audience here. So if you're making a color palette, let's say you're making a world, you want to show that the world is different from the us. Maybe you're tired of all of the browns and the what's habits of like all of the literally every mirror world that you've seen. Maybe you want to convey that you're being on an alien world. You can do that with abstract colors. You can do that with different color languages. So if you really want to know what colors should follow and what you're trying to do, I can actually go through some of these colors and tell you what they mean. So red here is meant to give you a lot of high energy, a lot of violence, maybe if you're like a dark person. Yellow here is our active color. Maybe you're an athlete. I hate you. Blue here is a lot of it's adventure. It's a sense of adventure. This, I think, is an evolutionary trait, if I had to theorize anything. So it lets you go through, because we were very land mammals for a long time up until we could sail the open seas, it always gave you a sense of adventure. We never really knew what was beyond the blue. So if you want to do something adventurous, include lots of blues. Purple is meant to be a mystery. We don't really see purples naturally occurring in nature a lot. So whenever we do see something purple, we're like, ooh, what could this mean? To talk about green, because I was highly requested to talk about, green is either a very boring color or a very destructive color. It's kind of weird how green acts in RGB theory versus RYB theory. And so since we're using our screens right now, I'm going to talk about RGB theory versus this is RYB, this is RGB. Right? Sure. No, it looks different. Okay, so this is just both RGB, I guess. RGB is when your primary colors are red, blue, and green. And that's additive color theory. So what that means is, like, the more we combine these colors together, as you can see on the color wheel, the more light they get, because white is technically a giving off every color, according to RGB colors. Our YB color, I don't have it here, I guess this was supposed to be, but maybe the screen show. But our YB is supposed to be red, yellow, and blue. So RGB means that the more colors you put together, the darker it becomes. So that's subtractive color theory, RYB. So if you are using worlds, you want to be using, or doing worlds or VR stuff or avatars, you really, really want to focus on using the RGB color wheel. There's lots of good examples. To talk about my avatar a little bit more, specifically, I actually broke the rules. The reason why it's important to remember that these are tools. These are not actual solutions. They just help us get to our solutions. Is that this yellow here is actually against RGB colors. Notice it would not form the triangle. Have blue, have the red, got like yellow. Who knows why? So it wouldn't form a proper triangle. The reason why I did this is because, not because I hate green, because I felt like, I really felt like it needed a little bit more yellow to represent the character more. So yellow being the more active color, the sporty. So to help you remember that, remember, fuckif. No, not fuck off. I mean like fuckif. Like, so it's feeling, color theory, then feeling again. So you want to approach colors with feeling. What is the message you're trying to say? What are you trying to feel? Like, what do your feelings say about the thing you're trying to say? If you're starting to do it, and then you're having a little bit of trouble feeling what that is, making it all work together, then you use color theory. Color theory will help you realign your colors, make sure that they give the optimum value. And then you want to go back to feeling, because in the end, you're not trying to make the most perfect thing. You're trying to make the most beautiful thing. And that just depends on your message. So beauty, then the eye of the beholder, feeling helps us remember that. So we're not trying to impress some scientists. We're trying to impress our audience. I think that's pretty much it. I do have a couple of quick tips for coming up with your colors, helping decipher your colors. So if you are using colors and you're trying to put like literally every color in the world together, back to our color wheel here. You can't put every color in the world into your world unless you know what you're doing. So yes, all of these can technically go into your world, but what are you trying to say with that? Are you trying to say that like, ooh, wow, rainbows are pretty? I would challenge you to keep it as simple as possible. Once you start mixing in a ton of colors, it can get a little complicated. Your message might become unclear. No offense to the pride flag. You gotta keep your colors as simple as possible so that it makes your message easier to get off. Let's see. Use references. I'm not lying when I still trace. If I can't figure out how to do something, I will trace. Or I will steal colors. I will literally grab the eyedropper off Big Barb, maybe. Maybe not him is the best example. But maybe like something Fiona makes. And I will use those colors. Because sometimes, like, I have to admit that I don't know everything about colors, and I should try experiencing it through somebody else's for a little bit more inspiration. Let's see. Mix up the amount of color you use. You do not want to use an equal amount of red, an equal amount of blue, and an equal amount of green. That's big, stupid, dumb. Because then you're all really competing with your colors again. They're competing with space taken up. If you look at my avatar, I use primarily reds, and then the second number of color I use, or primarily blues. The second color I use is reds, and then I've got like a little bit of yellow on me. And the reason you do this is just to make it more interesting. Remember, your colors are not there to compete. They're there to work with each other. And sometimes that means one color taking the supporting role and the other color taking the primary role of delivering your message. So if you were to remember what I talked about in the video, you would say that I'm primarily about adventure, if you were just to decipher it using the color language. And that is about all I have to talk about.
I mean, we are over time, so we don't have time for questions at this point.
Okay, all right, cool.
So if anybody wants to ask Corny anything, they can just find you in the instance and ask a question directly. So we'll have to start the next talk in 10 minutes because otherwise we'll be off timing. So 10 minutes and Legends will talk about imperfect modeling.
Yay, Corny!
Yay!
Okay, Corny, I have a question. Can you please edit your own face into the wireframe face thing, please?
really attractive.
Ask if anyone's ever been impressed by safe move or anything.
They're
I don't
all
know.
Kansas.
If you
If they just don't smile, you can't see their mouth.
those kind of jokes.
Okay, and the last talk for the day, last but definitely not least, is Legends. He's going to talk about imperfect modeling and why it's important to consider when you are... don't mess with the sign, please, on the stream at least. And why it's important, yeah, when you're modeling stuff. So yeah, take it away, click start talk, and just go.
Sweet. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Love you, legends.
Love you, me too. The talk that I'll be presenting to you today will be about imperfect modeling and how it affects your models and environments. So let's get started with the introduction. Next slide. All right, introduction. Who am I? I'm Legends. I've been playing VRChat for about 3 years. I've been making worlds for about 3 years. It's been that long already. And I've been using Unity for 3 years, and I've also been using Blender for a year. So in my time of learning, I would like to share with you all some things that I've noticed, some things that I've learned and picked up. This is a should be easy concept to grasp. Hopefully it's not too hard to understand. So let's go to the next slide and let's get into the topic. So what is imperfect modeling? This is something I made up. Okay, I literally made this up for how I approach my designs. Actually, wait, is that the right thing? Okay, yeah, this is basically how I approach my designs. But in order to understand why I call it imperfect modeling, let's look at shapes. So in the example I provided, you could see symmetrical shapes and an asymmetrical shape. Now, in the basic definition of this, a symmetrical shape is a shape that's even on both sides. An asymmetrical shape is a shape that is uneven on both sides. But you still have the form that is very similar as a whole. So you can actually use these structures or principles to apply to your modeling and your environments. So let's look at what you would apply these. But actually, no, let's look at what you apply asymmetrical modeling to. The best uses for this approach would be organic models. Organic models is something like a living creature, an animal, a creature, a human. Sculpts also work with asymmetry. Monsters, realistic human characters or human faces. In my opinion, I think sci-fi designs or futuristic designs also work well for this. And we're going to look at some examples that I've done. So here we go. Wait, that's not right. Hang on. That's also not right. It's not showing the... Do you guys see a screenshot? Like an example?
Nope. Next
slide. The screenshot is for next slide.
Next slide. Oh, there it is. Okay. There we go. Okay, so this is... Actually, that's not... Yes, it is. Okay, so this is a creature I model. Real quick. Super quick creature. Yeah, I know it's ugly, but hey, gotta get the example. So if you look at the symmetrical side of this creature, it's perfect. It's perfectly symmetrical, but it's kind of dull. It's kind of lacking character. It's just kind of just staring off into this void, you know? And that's not a bad thing, but if you're trying to make something more believable, something to look like it's alive, well, you want to try an asymmetrical approach. So let's look at the right side. This is a more asymmetrical approach. You can see that the uneven shapes basically give it more character. It gives it a natural expression. So let's look at some examples on how I basically change some of the faces or the shapes of the face to make it more asymmetrical. So here we are. You can see on the symmetrical side, I've outlined as perfectly as I could the symmetrical shapes of the face. It's too perfect. It's completely perfect. In the real world, nothing is this perfect, especially on a living thing. Like nothing is perfect like that. So it's not going to be realistic. But if you look at the asymmetrical side, you can see that the chin is slightly shifted. One tooth is smaller than the other. The nose is slightly crooked. One eye is slanted. And there's another thing on the asymmetrical model. Can you see it? You guys know what that is? I want someone to point it out.
Horn.
Yes, the horn.
Oh, the eyebrow.
Whoever said that.
Oh,
the eyebrow is kind of slightly, but definitely the horn. And this is what I wanted to get into about how, I think I missed a slide, but this is what I wanted to get into about how asymmetry in models, it promotes creativity. It gives you a sense of, what am I going for here? It basically, it makes you think outside the box in a way, because with asymmetry, you are looking to it makes your model more unique by looking at different design aspects of it, and that's one way you can do it. Like this thing probably could have been in a battle or something and lost a piece of its horn. That's also a good design aspect that you want to incorporate in your creations, especially for living creatures and things like that. Okay, so here is a sci-fi design. Now, sci-fi designs are very expansive. There's definitely a bunch of different ways you can model sci-fi. There's definitely a bunch of different styles. But in my opinion, asymmetry does work for these kind of designs. Now, if you look at the symmetrical design here, it's kind of repetitive, in my opinion. It's somewhat boring, in my opinion. It's very predictable. If you look at it, you look at it once, and you know what everything is. You're like, oh, yeah, I see what that is. It's a shape. The shapes are easy to read. It's not a bad thing, but if you want a more unique design, you can apply asymmetrical, you can apply a more asymmetrical approach to your design. So if you look here, all I did in this model was just do a few small changes. Like basically, let's go to the next slide to explain that. So you can see what I did here. Do I have something to point at? Oh, yes, it's perfect. So here you can see what I did there. All I did, these are basically both of the same objects. They're literally the same. All I did was delete one side of here, and I just literally moved this down and extruded it out, and it instantly gave it a different design. Why would you want to do this? Well, if you look at it, you look at the other design, you take everything in instantly. But if you look at this, your eyes have to look down here. You have to look over here, you have to look over there, and sometimes you want your models to be, your creations to be a bit more unique, to, you know, give your eye something to look for in your model. Okay, now, so what about symmetry? What about that? How does that apply to your models in your works? Well, usually that's used for hard surface models. Hard surface models is something like a bed, something that's, you know, has a hard surface. Think of like a dresser or a car or anything like that. In my opinion, anime or a stylized character would probably work best with symmetry, especially in the face, because anime characters are normally made for that kind of thing. They're normally built to be perfect. So I think an anime character with a face that has asymmetry would probably look weird. I don't think that's what you want. So definitely mechanical designs such as robots, machines, vehicles, anything that has a mathematical calculation that's built to have perfect dimensions, you'd probably want to use a symmetrical approach. So let's look at some examples. All right, so this robot here, it's fairly symmetrical. The shapes are very similar. However, there are a few differences, and this is what the example I explained before with the little sci-fi piece. You can see here that this piece is not exactly the same over here. Actually, there is no piece on this side, and that's cool. That's a unique design. Now, the entire model is fairly symmetrical, but it doesn't have to just be the model. It can be the texture. Like you can see this marking here. You don't see it over there though. So you can actually use, it doesn't always have to be just with models or the shape of the object. It can also be in textures. But this topic will not be covering that. We're just focusing on the modeling aspect. And then here's a vehicle. I think, in my opinion, a vehicle is something that you would want to approach in a symmetric way. because I don't know, I've never seen an asymmetrical vehicle. They are always pretty even. So this is definitely a good thing that you would want to approach in a symmetrical way. Also, if you want, you could use a texture to break up the repetition and things like that for the vehicle. Here's an example of an anime face. I think that this type of face would be the best approach for using a symmetrical design, because like I said, an asymmetrical design wouldn't probably work for this. Obviously here for a bridge, you would want to use a symmetrical design. And let's move on. All right, my favorite part. So, environments. You can actually apply asymmetric designs and layouts to your environments. I see this a lot in Worlds. It's very important. It's easily over, and I'll show you exactly why. Now, applying asymmetric to your environments, what I'm talking about here is I'm talking about layouts, right? So it breaks repetition, it improves your believability in your world, and it provides environmental storytelling. Environmental storytelling is very important. This is always overlooked, or not always, but definitely often overlooked, that I find in many VRChat worlds, and even video games, even popular video games. Okay, so let's look at some examples. All right, so here's an alleyway that I did. Let's just say you're in Unity. You know, you bought some assets, or you got some you modeled your own assets or whatever, or you bought something on Unity Store, and you don't care. You're just dropping this stuff in prefab. You're just going. You don't care how it looks. Well, guess what? That's probably the effect you're gonna get. It's gonna be way too perfect, or it's either gonna be kind of crazy. But if you're just duplicating things without really paying attention to how it affects your environment, it's too perfect. Like, you have these lined up perfectly. There's no rotation. There's no position change. It's going to be too clean, too perfect. It's not going to be very believable. And it's an easy mistake to make, especially when you're rushing. And you don't want to do this, especially if you want an environment that's more believable. So now this is what I call symmetry in environments. A symmetric layout. So let's look at an asymmetric layout. Now instantly, all I just literally moved some things. Deleted a trash can here. I shifted the garbage bags around. These dumpsters here have been moved around a bit. There's some detail on the ground here. It's more randomized, it's more believable, and it feels lived in. It doesn't feel like it's just a static scene. It feels like this is a real world that has life in it, in a way. And it's often overlooked to just place things without really thinking about how you're going to place it, where you're going to place it, and how it affects your environment. So I want you guys to look at these two shapes here, because this is another important thing that's often missed. Excuse me. The biggest shape that you see on the screen is the dumpster. That's probably the first thing you look at. That's done on purpose. I put those two dumpsters there on purpose because it's basically the dominant shape. It's something that you would want to, it's a focal point. It's something I want you to focus on. Now everything else around it, the shapes that you would probably look at second would be the trash cans, the garbage bags, the boxes over here that are thrown about, and the smallest detail would be the papers. That's probably the last thing you'll notice. But this is what you want. You want your audience, or the people that are visiting your world, you want them to search, you want them to be interested in looking at all the details of your work, of your layout. And this is how you can get that effect, by having small clutters of detail here. You can have some things here that's probably positioned in a different way. It's very important to do this if you want your environment to have realism. Okay. Now here's a perfect example of environmental storytelling. So you see these boxes here? They're just thrown about. Someone probably threw them there. These papers here, they probably got there by what? The wind? Maybe from the trash can or something, probably came out of there or whatever. You see this top here that's linked against this trash can? Someone probably was taking out the trash, they threw it in the trash, and then they forgot to put the top back on. Maybe it fell off. This is simple, but it's environmental storytelling, and it does wonders for your world. So if you're in your world and you're setting everything up neatly, make something knock over. Knock a piece of tree over or something. Or take a chair and maybe slide it to the left a little bit. Just slightly position it. It brings a believability to your world that's often overlooked. Because if everything is set neatly and perfectly, well, it's not gonna feel real. So, this next slide, let's see how that looks. Okay, well, it's not too bad. I actually kind of screwed up here. Sorry about that. I don't think there's any way to slide up and down, so you can't see the example all the way. But another example for the previous thing I was talking about. This table up here, it's too perfect. It's very mirror-like. You know, you might just set a table there, and you might have all these objects that are facing the exact same rotation and position. And if you have that so many times, even if it's just one table, you're gonna look at that and you're like, oh yeah, that's just a table, whatever. You know, you're just gonna move on. Now, if you want to make this feel more believable and you want to catch the attention of your audience or the person that's in the world, here is a perfect example at the bottom. Now, you can see that it's more believable, it's more lived in, it's environmental storytelling look at this cup here. There's no tea in that cup. Why? Who knows? Maybe the person didn't pour tea in there. Maybe someone drunk it already. This pot here is also a darker color, and it matches with the white color. It's a good contrast here. These chairs are slightly shifted. You can't really see the image all the way. I apologize about that. You can see the image up here and how these chairs are perfect, but these are kind of slightly tilted and moved around. This is pretty much environmental storytelling, and it really just makes your scene feel more alive, as if someone was there. Okay, next slide. So which one works best? Which approach should you use as far as using asymmetry and symmetric designs? Well, it's all about your intention. It's all about what you see, your vision, what you want in your world. Honestly, I think it's important to know that the goal of design is communicating with intent and meaning. I think that's a very important design, a very important aspect that's often forgetful. You want to communicate and let your audience know, or your people, your fans know that, hey, this is what I want you to see. This is what I want you to do in my world. This is what I want you to feel in my world. And you have to keep those things into mind. And also, as far as modeling, it depends on if you're modeling like a hard surface model or organic model, something that's alive, if you want to use symmetry or an asymmetrical approach. Flaws aren't always bad, and this is specifically for organic models. If you're modeling a fish or a creature or a realistic human, if you slightly make some, it doesn't have to be perfect. The measurements of the model and each and every measurement of that model, it doesn't have to be exactly perfectly, what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't have to be the exact measurement. You can have one face slightly tilted, or you can have some unique bumps on the skin or whatever, or something like that. That's good. That's good, because what it does is it gives your model a sense of realism, because like I said, in the real world, nothing is that perfect. Nothing. Unless it's mathematically built, but that's not organic. So it's all about your vision. Okay, so let's recap everything we went over. Using asymmetry in environments and models, it gives character, it expands creativity, it makes your environments and models more believable. It depends also on what you're modeling, of course, your intentions, your goals. Using symmetry in environments, knowing when to use symmetric designs, as we explained, whether it's going to be something like an organic model, hard surface model, or a car, something like that. It's all about your goals and intentions and what you want, what you see in your creations, what you want to get out of your creations, what you want your audience to feel and see. And honestly, it gives a unique and encouraging design to your creations. And this is why I call it imperfect modeling, because in the real world, as my friend put it, basically, it's really easy to get perfect designs on a computer. And, you know, we're used to that. So just remember that in the real world, it's not as perfect. Except for you guys. You guys are perfect. You're perfectly imperfect, okay?
Aww.
So, any questions? Rubik.
Great talk. You showed an example of the street where you started moving pieces around, and I guess for the chair as well at the table. Do you think there is a potential when you start moving objects too much? Do you think if you go too far, you can start ruining your own environmental telling? So, storytelling. Is there a point where you want to stop yourself before you do too much?
Good question. I think that if you're, so you definitely do want to plan out what you see before you start planning stuff. You don't want to just throw things and have a bunch of things and just start throwing together and hopefully something comes out of it. Sometimes that can work, like if you're doing a forest, sometimes that can work. If you're doing something like an alleyway or something similar, you do want to have, I would say, a reference to guide you on how realistic this would be. So definitely references will help with that. You don't want to just, if you want to have some sort of guide to keep you from going either too chaotic or too clean. And I think a reference would be a great guide for that.
Go ahead, Aka.
Oh, I think Funi was actually first.
When it comes to horror maps, do you prefer to do symmetry or asymmetry?
When it comes to horror maps, I guess it depends on what I guess it depends on what I'm going for. Like I said, it's all about intentions and what I want to do. For horror maps, I guess it depends on if you mean like the monster designs or the environment. Usually I'd probably go for an asymmetrical approach to kind of, I guess, throw you off in a way. Like, I don't want anything to be too easy to read. I want you to be on your toes. I want you to be afraid, not knowing what to expect. So I'd probably go for an asymmetric design.
Okay. So when you're making an asymmetric design, do you usually start with making something symmetrical and then trying to break it up from there? Or do you plan it to be like, do you just build it out from with some asymmetry from the start?
So this goes back into planning. Let's go back to one slide really quick. Okay, so let's take a look at this again. Oh wait, not that one, but okay, this one. So when I started modeling this this piece here, I actually started off with a symmetrical approach, and basically all I did was I said, this is too easy. You look at it once and you can already tell all its shapes. I want to break this up and make it more unique. So what I did was I just deleted one side here, and I literally extruded one side down and extruded it out. And that instantly gave me a different design, and that's usually how I start. As far as sci-fi designs, that's usually how I start those. For most of my approaches, I usually have a plan or a reference, and I go from that. And whatever that thing is, if it's a symmetrical design or asymmetrical design, I would, apply that to my models also. I normally would use textures as well, because, textures, you don't have to always rely on your model to do these type of designs. You can also do textures. You can add a decal or a dent or a scratch or something to break up the, to make it more appealing and interesting. Does that answer your question?
Another question. If you were to have an environment that is symmetrical per your vision, how would you suggest people do environmental storytelling if they can't rely on that asymmetry to tell stories?
Good question. So if you're relying on a very symmetrical design for your environment, and you really can't have, you really can't, like, you want everything to have a very what I call rhythm in environments, basically something that's easy to read, you probably have to find another way to make your environments more unique, which is, as in your talk, NPCs or something like maybe interactions or something that can kind of break up the repetitive scene, maybe, or something that would surprise you. Yeah, there's many ways to definitely do that.
Awesome, thank you.
Any more questions?
Hi.
Hi.
This is a bit more on the technical side, and I apologize. You said that you use Blender, and I'm just curious whether you've done anything with like emitters or physics or even geometry nodes to try to create some of these more like asymmetrical natural patterns.
Yeah, you're way past me.
Sorry, no stress.
No, you're good.
Everyone's
you're good,
experts in different areas.
I do know about nodes, and I know how to get some like very natural designs of using nodes. But yeah, I haven't used it as much, so I probably wouldn't be able to provide any, insight on that.
Yeah.
Oh, let me go back.
No stress. This is gorgeous, by the way. I just want to say that your environments are insane.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Anyone else? Any more questions? All right. Well, thank you all for coming to my talk. It's been a long day of learning. I hope that my talk wrapped everything up pretty nicely and sweet. Thanks everyone for, being here. Orals, we love you. Thank you for making this happen. You're the best. Shout out to Cyan and Fiona Rubik for P Gang. Hey.
Legends,
Okay.
your talk was.
Okay. Don't forget to click stop talk.
Yep, clicked it. Is it over?
Okay, and don't go far because this is the closing of the TLX.
Okay.
Hi guys.
Good
job.
Hey, this is actually not what I thought you were going to talk about exactly. I thought, yeah, I thought you were going to talk about more like the technical modeling techniques have like, just get it out there, and I didn't realize you actually need to talk about the artistic side of that side, because that's good.
I hope you guys will hook around and talk like this is something.
I know. I don't know if you saw. Of course, you didn't see it because. But I said that you did name your talk incorrectly. Your talk should have been named. It should have been named.
It should have been named.
Okay.
Just fuck things up a little. That's what you should name.
Does it work? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Congratulations, you made it to the end of the second day and the final day of TLX. I guess it's now tradition, right? Like first time it's an accident, second time, I don't know. I guess it's tradition at this point. When the first day is completely wrecked at the beginning and the second day is absolutely perfect with no issues whatsoever. So yeah, that's just how it'd be at TLX this time. So I just wanted to quickly shout out everybody who came here. This is a big group picture from yesterday. I hope we'll take another awesome group picture and put a little Bois here. So I'm really hoping that we'll get another one. So everybody will, after this is done, we will all gather outside near the TLX sign so we can take another one of these. Thanks everybody who was tweeting with the hashtag. If you want to tweet about TLX and share it, please use the hashtag so it's easy to find. So I can put those in the recap on the website, which I'll do after. People also ask to link the worlds that are mentioned in the talk, so I'll see if I can compile a list of all the worlds that were mentioned. I'm not sure if I can list all the like Kent's worlds because there were like 1,700 or whatever. I don't know, but in terms of just personal things that people were mentioning in their presentations, I'll try to compile so you can go and visit afterwards. Yeah, I want to plug myself. I made this event, so I kind of want to benefit a little bit from it. So there's my Twitter and Discord. Also, if you are doing Udon stuff and you're not sure how to do Udon stuff yet, I have a thing called Udon Toolkit, which allows you to do things a bit of a more trigger style, like Uzi uses it and seems to be work out for him, for example. And 1.0 version is like technically already out, but it's not publicly out yet. Some people were using it, so it's going to be out real soon. My plan was right after TLX, so there are a lot of cool things coming up. And if you're a developer, there is a lot more stuff in the toolkit that is specifically aimed at developers. So if you're running Udon and you want your inspectors to be nice and pretty and user-friendly, check it out. It's on my GitHub. It's on my Discord server, just, or also on GitHub. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much for watching on stream. In other instances, we had so many people. Like today, we had up to 260 people on the stream watching. Right now in the TLX world, there are like 100+ people on all instances, and yesterday we had like 360 or something. It's crazy. And the next TLX will happen this fall/winter, depends on how the timings for the Spookality and virtual market and all that, but there will be a TLX fall most likely, and it will be probably bigger and better than this one, and hopefully with less issues. But yeah, I really hope you like it, and I can't wait to see you all again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aura.
When do we get the free food?
It's
the
snacks. Oh, it's a stream off because I do want to say something. I do want to say something to this event. If the stream is off, because it's kind of like more like
well, give me a sec then.
Okay.